Szanowni Państwo, proszę o zajmowanie miejsc, bo już za minutkę będziemy Malinowska-Kowalczyk i mam ogromną przyjemność spędzić z Państwem dzisiejszy dzień. Myślę, że będzie energetycznie, będziemy pełni dyskusji, a może nawet niektórzy z Państwa w czasie tych dyskusji będą się spierać. Będziemy starali się znaleźć odpowiedź na pytanie, czy i na ile sport ma walor edukacyjny, włączający i rozwijający. Nasze spotkanie, jak Państwo doskonale wiedzą, jest podzielone na 3 bloki i już teraz zachęcam, żeby zostać do końca, dlatego że o godzinie 15:30 czeka nas taki świetny deser, crème de la crème dzisiejszego spotkania. Odbędzie się panel z udziałem medalistek olimpijskich Oktawii Nowackiej, Anny Kiełbasińskiej oraz psycholog sportu Julii Badowskiej. Już teraz bardzo serdecznie zapraszam, chociaż muszę przyznać, że program dzisiejszej konferencji przypomina fantastyczny maraton. I do tego maratonu wiedzy, dyskusji, spotkań z ludźmi sportu, którzy sport kochają, już teraz Państwa serdecznie zapraszam. A zaczniemy oczywiście od oficjalnego powitania. Witam wszystkich przybyłych gości, sportowców, trenerów, prelegentów, prezesów klubów i organizacji. Proszę pozwolić, że niektóre osoby w sposób szczególny powitamy. Bardzo się cieszymy, że jest z nami i znalazł dla nas czas pan Piotr Borys, wiceminister sportu i turystyki. Witamy serdecznie.
Sports and tourism has found time to be with us. Welcome wholeheartedly.
Witamy także bardzo serdecznie pana Mirosława Marczewskiego, dyrektora generalnego Fundacji Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji Narodowej Agencji Programu Erasmus i Europejskiego
Erasmus and European Solidarity Corps. Welcome.
Jest także z nami pani Joanna Żukowska, dyrektor Departamentu Współpracy Międzynarodowej Ministerstwa Sportu i Turystyki. Teraz bardzo proszę o zabranie głosu i oficjalne otwarcie naszej konferencji pana Mirosława Marczewskiego.
Mr. Mirosław Marciński, the floor is yours.
Szanowny panie ministrze,
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad, exceptionally glad to be with you today and to be able to meet with the sports environment, sports people. It's very important for us because sport, even though is a small part of Erasmus Plus, as some say, but it's a very important component of it because, as we know, sports are very important for our condition, also physical fitness. Our foundation, FRC, which is a national agency under Erasmus Plus, has been implementing all the sectors of Erasmus, not only sports, but also higher education, school education, vocational education, that education of adults and young people. So we are a good example in the EU of a large national agency that under one umbrella in one institution hosts all the sectors of Erasmus Plus program. We've been operating for over 30 years already as a foundation. We are an institution that from the very beginning, from 1998, has been implementing European programs. So 6 years before Poland joining the EU, we started our mission to implement European programs. So we can celebrate not only 20 but 26 years of our actual functioning in the European programs. As to the sports sector, there have been some changes, evolutionary ones, as sports have appeared under Erasmus in perspective 2014-2020, that late. At the beginning it was only a centralized component. That means that you could apply for funds for your activity, for your operation, only directly at the European Commission. But during the 2021-2027 perspective, beginning with 2023, as we said, national envelope has opened, so decentralized funds allocated to different countries. And Poland has been using these decentralized funds. That means decentralized, that you apply for funds with our foundation, National Agency of Erasmus+. Allocation for sports is relatively small, as it's currently 840,000 euro. It's a lot as compared to 252 million euro under Erasmus+ for Poland alone. So there is a lot to fight for, Minister, because to get more with these decentralized programs, that's what we have for mobility of employees in sports. But other than those funds, the centralized funds, and that's been operating since 2014, and again, it's available still. It's one of our priorities to fight for centralized funds so that we can get as much of those in Poland and Polish organizations and institutions. As to our successes under Erasmus+ Sports, one of those is that to central funds, already 11.5 million euro out of central. So 12 times as in national allocation for decentralized funds. A great success of Erasmus+ Sports team, which is a very small team, by the way, as the coordinators, we are more than one, less than two, because it's 1.7 full-time employed person in the national agency dealing with sports, 200 people altogether, but we hope we will reinforce this team and also your activities in applying for funds. In 2023, the first year of decentralized funds in the national envelope, Polish National Agency had the largest number of projects applied for. We are the 5th country in the European Union, so it's a great success. That of the team that's promoted earlier, before we had this opportunity to promote the program. And Tadeusz Wojciechowski, I've worked with pleasure for 25 or more years together, who earlier had coordinated the sports program. And his activity, that of Łukasz, have allowed Poland to be the leader from the first moment when decentralized funds have been allocated or been within our reach. We are competing the model with lots of year-over-year, the number from 98 to 169 projects we've continued. So we continue with the success, and we do hope that this joint success of all of us, you write these applications, without you we wouldn't be successal, so I hope it will be continued. The beneficiaries, who significant ones, under Erasmus+, Polish Paralympic Committee, Institute of Sports, Academic Sports Association, and others, athletic sports, and also an array of institutions is big. I mean, those who apply for funds, these are large and smaller and local organizations and institutions that are fighting for these European funds. It's more difficult often than those. You have to have started this international cooperation, you have to demonstrate that you have good command in foreign languages, you have to go through the application system of the European Commission. So thank you very much for your undertaking this. And we'll have an opportunity to listen to our partners. V4 Sports Foundation will present their experiences. There will be attractive panels in the afternoon. There will be a panel with the Minister. There will be an opportunity to listen to what the Ministry of Sports and Tourism is preparing for us and how they're going to support us, hopefully, in the future. What we want to achieve in the nearest future is, first of all, to increase access to public or mass sports, so that Erasmus Plus goes under the roofs of small institutions, organizations. We also want to reinforce you in the way how you attract central funds, so that out of this large pool of funds, a pipeline of funds, we can get as much as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a fruitful conference, and first of all, fruitful application process for funds, because competition for 2025 has been opened. So you can already draft your applications, you can already get ready to obtain funds and to implement your projects or individual interinstitutional programs in sports. So I wish you every success and a very nice day today, a pleasant day. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy. Nie ma chyba nic lepszego dla każdej konferencji niż fakt, iż zaczyna się ona od takich dobrych wiadomości, jak ta na przykład, że jesteśmy na podium jako Polska, jeśli chodzi o aplikacje w programie Erasmus plus Sport. Oby tak było dalej i oby faktycznie tych środków było coraz więcej, aby Państwo mogli z nich korzystać i aby kolejne badania Eurobarometru dla Polski były lepsze niż te z 2022 roku, które pokazały, że kondycja naszego społeczeństwa, powiedzmy oględnie, nie jest najlepsza. Ale teraz skupmy się także na tym, jakie są priorytety i działania Ministerstwa Sportu i Turystyki. Dlatego bardzo proszę o zabranie głosu pana ministra Piotra Borysa.
Dzień dobry, witam serdecznie.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Dziękujemy za zaproszenie,
for the invitation.
Dla nas kwestia związana z rozwojem sportu, aktywności fizycznej,
physical activities
jest sprawą zasadniczą,
is the fundamental thing that we want together with the entire sports milieu in Poland, but also interdepartmental cooperation, Ministry of Health and Department of Education, to create and to change in a systemic manner. And I always repeat that, and I encourage you to create and to cooperate on development of the strategy for Polish sports development as our way to the Olympics Warsaw 2024. We have to make systemic changes, and the entire process of cooperation, also with Erasmus Plus, should make Polish sports one of the best, most professionals, but also responding to all the issues, all the problems that we notice in the public sphere in Poland and not only. Strategy and also priorities under the Polish presidency that will start in a couple of weeks to be described by Director Easton involve sports to be also in the educational systems. We want to share our experiences, first of all, the research findings on the largest population in Europe, over 3,100,000 young people and children who undergo tests, physical fitness tests, using the same methodology. It's shown the position of Polish sports and also motor and physical skills of Polish society. The smallest, citizens, the research was done in all the primary schools, was 4 to 8, and the findings are dramatic, not surprising, but dramatic. If you look at the motor skills in general and obesity, which is not only a problem of Poland, looking at in which direction the development of physical activity is going, this is the moment when we have to do everything that these bad trends be reversed, and we are going to focus on that also in the discussion on the draft of Polish presidency. What role can be played in the by sports in educational system, and how educational system should support motor activity, physical activity, in other words. We have in Poland 30% of children who are they don't move. 35% of the public are non-active motorically, and there are also very positive examples. In Scandinavia or Nordic countries, Finland, nearly 78% of the public physically active in sports. We want to reverse these trends in Poland. We want to have a broad discussion. This is why we treat the Erasmus Plus program as an opportunity also to exchange information and experiences. And we're very glad for the fact that the number of sports organizations under the national components is so large. Despite the fact that the pipeline is not very big, we can see how Erasmus can be supplementing the need. When you can go to locations and clubs and to share your experiences that can be translated into Polish systems as good practice. And we're going to continue that. We want to do our best during Polish presidency in the EU that while working on the next round or edition of Erasmus Plus to be held during the next financial agenda 2028-2035, so that sports are more better financed percentage-wise. All that's related to the research of these surveys in Poland and also in Europe on motor activity, psychological fitness and health, the sports, obesity, all the other aspects related to the motor and sports, component in society, the public. There must be more money on the European component for sports, and such a recommendation will be voiced. Another thing we want to encourage you for is that we know that Polish clubs and associations, sports organizations will use this mobility as much as possible. I would also like to encourage you that you get organized in such a manner that all the joint competition at the European level, you use exchange of experiences, and we are not leaders in this field. We have to do more so that the presence in larger projects of Polish organizations be as broad as possible. On our side, and I think we'll discuss it in detail during the panel discussion, we've made certain moves or turns this year to meet all these, to tackle all these problems that we can see in Polish sports, in training for the youth and children, lack of physical activity. We've launched one of the largest in the EU programs that is to stimulate to physical activity in the school environment, in extracurricular activities. This year we've allocated nearly 300 million Polish zlotys towards that end. We've launched over 20,000 training groups of children and youth who, while using open schools after the lessons and during the weekends, the condition is that the school will open the school sports instruction after the school time, and we as a ministry we pay to the coach, animator for organization of the sports activities of different kinds. Not always children want to be proactive to use the physical training during the lesson. As it happens, they often want to use these kinds of sports that after the lessons can stimulate them to physical activity. And we pay to the coach, and the school is supposed to open its infrastructure. 7.1 thousand schools have joined the program, and over 20,000 training groups have been established, and we want to stimulate the program so that the school, especially in small locations, small places, plays the pivotal role or central point of physical activity, first of all in sports that are popular, sports that the school will never offer, but can offer it can be offered by a club, by a coach, by a sports association. They have all the variety of sports to be involved in. And that systemically can stimulate us in the sports environment in school. Our survey shows that over 70% of sports facilities in Poland are closed after the lessons for for children and youth, and it's a public infrastructure after all. So it's a program that, thanks to which also after the lessons, during the leisure time, the sports of the physical activity be as offensive as possible for the young people. The second important and new component is a program aimed at the best sports clubs that train youth and children in Poland as competitors, future competitors. We assume that most from Form 1 in primary school will join in this mass sports, and later there is a moment that when the clubs, sports clubs, often they have several 50 years traditions or longer, can take over these kids who are willing to professionally get involved in sports. So we have allocated 100 million, 618 sports clubs in Poland, including very small ones in some smallest locations, but those that demonstrate exceptional sports successes, they will get these allocations. Often these are 100%, additional 100% budgets, knowing that sometimes, as it happens, a local community is focusing on the sports that locally, where you have world champions, even often Olympics champions. So naturally, they are like magnets. They attract children in a given area. This is our second new program that we've initiated. It's very important so that we can support, especially outside large cities, the locations, the people, traditions. The third component that we would like to encourage you for is, first of all, that the sports community supports us in the decisions to build sports infrastructure, sports facilities. This year and next year will complete the construction of nearly 700 sports halls at schools where they have no infrastructure. We want to build additionally during the next years to come 1,000 sports compounds with the pitches with artificial ground, the part related to the multifunctional sports grounds. So we add additional components that will be in this adjacent. It can be a skate park or tennis court, something the municipality can. We have nearly 3,000 orliks, so small play fields. The assumption is that this orlik, as we call it with the sports animator, be a location to generate physical activity, and also are financing over 1,300 people have been involved as animators, but want to build more of those orliks, as we call it, so that the youngest kindergarten kids have this activity, and this activity be within the development of the DNA of the motor activity. For the first time, we'll have also new projects to build swimming pools, especially in those centers that have no such facilities, new skate parks, new program for fully fledged artificial football grounds, and many others. The infrastructure must be, first of all, public, secondly, accessible in a balanced way, and thirdly, accessible also until late night hours. And the Poland, the climate in 4 p.m. it's dark. So we need to have it lit properly with lights so that it can serve all those who want to play till 10 p.m., for example. We've invested heavily, and we invite you to stimulate competition for the first time of the Amateurs League. 40 million zlotys we've allocated and given to all those who create any competition in amateur leagues. We have so many examples where it was enough to add some money so that sports clubs, associations could compete. Similarly, as we supported for the first time with academic leagues, so that this rivalry can be also at universities. Generally speaking, this year we have allocated for sports record nearly 4 billion zloty, so nearly 1 billion euro, and in these different sections. First of all, mass sports that make sport activity massive. It was a record year. Nearly 1 billion zlotys less for competition sports and nearly 2 billion to build the infrastructure. All that is to serve the purpose that we built very good concepts consistent of a new sports development strategy involving all the sports community, educational community, and also the one responsible for our health, so that we can unite our forces to do it well. The component of international cooperation dedicated also by Erasmus is an overlay. Let's draw from the experiences of the best, of the very best. Let's exchange our good experiences as well, so that the transfer of knowledge and good practices be also present in the relations with the partners in the EU. We're very glad we support the programs and Erasmus+. I encourage all those present to use the program not only in the realm of mobility, but also to generate large projects at the international level. We'll discuss the details, I think, during the panel discussion. Thank you very much once again for your invitation, and I hope that positive things will come out of this conference as well.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me say the following. First, the beginning of your presentation was slightly alarming. Next, it was the dose of optimism, because all the values that you gave us, 13% of children that are inactive and 65% of adults that are not physically active. Maybe it's even worse, but it's all good that some actions are taken and conferences of this kind are organized. We have some funds allocated under Erasmus Plus sport program, because I am fully convinced that it's a dream of all of us that both the Olympics and Paralympics will be organized in Poland. Hopefully, this will be turned into reality once. The next question of our conference is as follows. What are the priorities and objectives under Erasmus Plus sport program in the context of all kinds of European policies? And here we'll hear from Giorgio Giaciulla-Morcini, the Department of Sport of the EU DG. It's going to be a live conversation online. We ran some tests before the conference, so hopefully it's going to be equally smooth. Do we have the connection? Yes, perfect.
Guazzuli-Marini, the floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
Wait a moment.
Yes. Do
Great.
You hear me?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So first of all, good morning to you and to all the participants in the room. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm
Nas przez
really
internet.
honored
Dziękuję
to
bardzo za zaproszenie mnie. To ogromny
be part
zaszczyt
of
być
this conference today.
częścią tej dzisiejszej
I have
konferencji.
been asked to provide some update or some
Poproszono mnie
information
o to,
about
aby przedstawić pewne
the
informacje,
priorities
najnowsze wydarzenia,
and
jeżeli
the
chodzi o
objectives
priorytety i
of
cele
the Erasmus Plus Sport
programu
program
Erasmus plus Sport.
and how they play into the context of the
Jak
European
wpisują
policies
się
in
one
the field of
w
sport.
kontekst bardziej ogólnych polityk europejskich w obszarze sportu.
So, next slide, please.
Kolejny slajd.
So, well, first, the EU work plan for sport.
Po pierwsze,
for
plan działania,
24,
plan roboczy, jeżeli
27,
chodzi o Unię Europejską na lata 2024-2027
is the
wygląda następująco.
framework at European level to cooperate with member states in implementing sport policies at European level. The European Commission has adopted this fifth EU work plan for sport in May 2024. And the framework now provides and sets the objectives and priorities in the field of sport at European level for the period 1st of July 2024, 31st of December 2027. This work plan is building also on the lessons learned in the previous work plans for sport, and therefore it still focuses on three main priority areas. First priority area is the integrity and values of sport. Second priority is the socio-economic and sustainable dimensions of sport. And the third dimension is, of course, the participation and engagement in sport as a way to enhance health and physical activity. Next slide, please. So, as I was mentioning, the work plan builds on the lessons learned in the previous work plans, but it also introduces some novelties. In this slide, you will see that under each of the priorities of the work plan, there are a number of topics and themes that are tackled and where the Commission has committed to engage and embark in cooperation with member states. There are some novelties. For example, the topic and theme of fight against hate speech, the topic of sport and education, which, as mentioned recently by the Deputy Minister, will also be an important theme of the upcoming Polish presidency. The topics of traditional sports, but also sports tourism, as very much also in the mission and portfolio of the ministry in Poland. And under the area of participation in sport and health enhancing physical activity, also the importance of tackling sport as a tool to promote mental health and well-being in sport. Also drawing lessons from the COVID period that affected us all in Europe. Next slide, please. So the European Commission and my unit, the unit Sport in DG Education and Culture, has several tools and methods to implement the vision and objectives of the work plan for sport. Activities are, there's a wide range of activities from open method coordination groups or peer learning activities. Essentially, these are groups and of experts from member states, from all European Union member states, to discuss the topics that I presented in my previous slides. But also, the European Commission supports and implements studies to gather evidence about the situation of sport under different angles in Europe. And last but not least, the European Commission cooperates intensively with the member states in the Council and the with the European Parliament to produce legislative acts, council resolutions, communications, and other types of legislative documents. Now, within this policy framework, as you can see in my slide, Erasmus Plus plays an important role. Erasmus is a tool, is an instrument to pursue the objectives and priorities set in the work plan for sport. The Director General, in his opening speech, has mentioned the actions that are actually offering opportunities for organizations active in the field of sport to receive support and to develop their activities and ideas fitting with the topics and themes set at European level. Our dear colleagues of the National Agency in Poland manage the action of mobility of sport coaches. This action is taking off in these years. We hope it will be a success over the years. At the same time, there is a number of projects and actions that are funded at European level by the Education, Audiovisual and Culture Executive Agency in Brussels. In particular, cooperation and small-scale partnerships, which allow sport organizations active in the sport field to get together with partners from all over Europe to develop innovative activities implementing the priorities that I mentioned and presented in my previous slides. We also support not-for-profit sport events and capacity building projects which allow organizations, sport organizations in Europe to cooperate with countries neighboring the European Union. Next slide, please. So to present you an overview, I would also like to highlight that we are now entering into a new political momentum. As of 1st of December this year, we have a new college presided by our President Ursula von der Leyen. 6 executive vice presidents have been nominated and 20 commissioners. I am glad to inform, you might probably already know, of course, that we have a commissioner, Mr. Glenn Mikalev, whose portfolio will be focused on intergenerational fairness, youth, culture, and sport. And I can already say that our commissioner has already expressed his strong care for the sport field and his willingness to do more to offer more from the European side to support the the sport sector. Among the key deliverables that Commissioner has in his mandate is a revision of the strategy for an EU sport model, and also the intention to review the recommendation on health enhancing physical activity. Of course, sport diplomacy will also be an important tool, as sport is a tool to also strengthen cohesion with enlargement countries in particular, and promote the EU values in sport. Next slide, please. Of course, under the current mandate, the College will also be very much investing in preparing the future generation of Erasmus+. President von der Leyen has already expressed a strong commitment to reinforce the Erasmus Plus program in the next multi-annual financial framework. And we hope that the member states and the parliament will accept with goodwill this declaration of intention. Next slide, please. Of course, there is a opportunity and political momentum to align the Erasmus Plus program to also the broader political guidelines of the European Union. In this context, the program Erasmus is supposed to be a program that boosts skill development. It is important to make sure that individuals in Europe are equipped with the right skills and competences to operate in this challenging environment. Therefore, it will be important to look at skills, mismatches, shortages of skills, and also to promote innovation and competitiveness. We see that the sport field has an important role to play in this context, as sport is a powerful tool to develop a number of competences and skills that are fundamental for today's society. At the same time, sport has an economic impact that is plays an important role in Europe. Next slides, please. At the same time, Erasmus is a symbol of promotion of EU values, democracy, and participation. More and more in Europe, it will be important to promote social cohesion, to support also integration, inclusion, and to implement the dear motto, Europe is unity in diversity. Again, I don't have to say much to you about how much sport plays a role in this context as a tool to combat discrimination, to gather people and promote intercultural dialogue and strong values. My last slide, next slide please, is to let you know that the European Commission is now in the phase of preparing and discussing the future of the Erasmus Plus program. In the next months, there will be several occasions to consult stakeholders in all fields, of course in sport as well. There will be opportunities to gather ideas, views, and needs in order to be able to come up with a proposal from the Commission side on a strengthened, improved, and more aligned program to the needs of the many organizations and individuals in Europe benefiting from the program. So I hope that this conference will also be an opportunity to discuss these matters. I'm grateful to the colleagues of the National Agency for organizing these conferences, to pass information, to raise interest about the opportunities of the program. And therefore, I thank you so much for this opportunity today. I wish you a nice conference.
Thank you very much. May we have one question, because we've heard Erasmus Plus Sport has its great future. And our question is whether you plan any kind of changes. What interests us most is the decentralizing action to program of partnership cooperation. Are there any plans like this?
Yeah, these are interesting. Of course, it's important. We are now on a listening mode, and we take note. We have heard, and of course, we will have to look at these elements also, depending also on the availability of budgets that will be allocated to the program in the future. The idea of decentralizing cooperation partnerships means increasing the allocation for this action in order to allow a critical mass of funds to be managed by national agencies in each country. But having that said, I think it's important now in these moments to express these ideas, so that the Commission can collect this feedback and assess whether it will be possible, feasible in the next program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much then. Thank you for participating and having time for us. Hope to see you here in Poland one day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. See you soon. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Okay. We'll make some reaction, even though I'm tall, but still a couple of centimeters more. It's a good news. As you've noticed, we are getting deeper and deeper into the programs and projects under Erasmus Plus Sport. As director, as managed at the very beginning this year, Poland has had a record number of applications, in 169, if I remember well. As to the details of the mobility programs, strategic partnerships, we'll hear from Łukasz Pogorski, coordinator of Erasmus Plus Sport at FRSE and coordinator of this very conference. Let's applaud him.
Dobrze, bardzo przepraszam Pani Dyrektor.
My apologies, Madam Director. We'll like to welcome Director
Panią tutaj elegancko przedstawimy,
Joanna Żukowska, Eastern Director. Let me read it well, it's very important. I want to make any mistake.
Dyrektor Departamentu Współpracy
of the Department of International Cooperation at the Ministry of Sports and Tourism. My apologies once again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to you. Before we move to the specifics, to the Thank you. Before we move and we'll discuss individual activities or items, I would like to say a few words about our priorities and our planned actions. I would like to thank a lot for this invitation. And first of all,
jeżeli chodzi o kwestię
czasu,
tak naprawdę
well, time-wise, it's only 2 weeks left until we take over the presidency. It will last for the first half of the next year. Only 2 days ago, the horizontal priorities were presented concerning our presidency. Also, the slogan that you can see, the logo, and the motto Security Europe, Safety and Security Europe. So we start beginning to implement it, and we will be the first state, or the trio of presidency, the trio. It will be 3 countries, Poland, Denmark, and Cyprus. We are working in all the fields, also in sport. We try to have our priorities joining one another, and that activities stem from one another. The main, this is the list of our main objectives, main tasks, and in the area of sports, we'll focus on the operation of the work of the Council and its task force charged with sports. This will be our key activities, and I would like to emphasize that with the current number of EU member states, you take presidency every 13 years. So remember our last presidency from 2011, so we'll draw from its experiences how we did it then. Well, in fact, the duration, the time of our presidency will be a very specific period of time. Our colleague from the European Commission has mentioned just a while ago, we have a new European Commission. We are waiting for a detailed action plan of that Commission, and well, the time is overlapping of the time of our chairmanship in the EU4 group. The presidency in the European is the task that will be most engaging for us. As to the new Commission, already mentioned to some extent, the area of sport is in the portfolio of the Commissioner, who is from Malta, a Malteser, Maltese politician, and this area, sorry, there was a comment off the mic. We don't hear it. We didn't hear it. Sorry, again, the comment is off the mic. The interpreters cannot hear a word. Troszeczkę ten obszar portfolio of Commission has been remodeled or reshaped. What we are glad for is the fact that sport as such has been named or mentioned in the name of the portfolio. It's a good signal that the focus on sport will be, the stress will be put, and sport will sound clearly in the Commission's activities. As it was already mentioned to some extent, we have information about what the new commissioner is going to mainly focus on: European sports model, sports diplomacy. A very important thing for us are issues related to the physical activity that has good impact on health. It's how we perceive sports, and there's a clear link to how our priority in the area of sports we have designed. And Mr. Borys has already mentioned that it's our key priority, the topic we want to focus on in the first half of next year. So the new approach to the role of sports in the educational process. Mr. Borys has already said a bit about what the priority stems from. In our assessment, it's the key issue in the light of all the data that we've had of findings in the lack of activity, lack of motor skills of our youth. We want to focus on what we deem as helpful, possibly helpful to improve these results for the future. And here we have listed the key objectives that we want to achieve under these priorities. So first of all, reinforcement of the role of sports in the education process. We want to really increase it. We want to focus very much on intersectoral cooperation, first of all with the Ministry of Education, but also that of Science, that of Health. We would like the approach to the role of sports be as innovative as possible, so that we don't get stuck in how the sports is perceived right now, but instead try to work out new innovative solutions. We want these policies to be based, first of all, on research findings, on the, say, scientific foundation, so that we can precisely address the issues that surface. And we want to have practical exchange of experiences to get interesting examples from other countries, how they do it, how they tackle those problems. Our key, the most measurable, tangible component of this presidency will be a document that's called conclusions. Of course, it's not legislative, it's not legislation, but will be adopted by the European Council. It's part devoted to sports, so it will be formally quite strong. We are working on a draft of that document together with the experts, with those who are practitioners in this field. And we want the conclusions, first of all, to diagnose or to assess the situation, current situation of us, but also to develop proposals for the European Commission, for member states, for other stakeholders, so that we can outline the action plan for the future. As the minister has said, while selecting this priority, wanted to share our experiences. The minister has said quite a bit about the active school program. You know, all the other programs like sports talents in sport. You know about the new health educational activities starting next year. So we want to share these experiences of ours and to share it with the Forum of the EU, focusing mainly very much on this interdepartmental cooperation. We want to show a good example of good cooperation. There is a team that will work on the physical training program curriculum. It cannot be done without the good cooperation between the ministries. Those who want to learn about what accomplishments of the EU in sports, here's the reference, our website with all the documents which in the area of sports have been adopted so far. You can scroll them, you can try to find basis for foundation for what you are going to achieve or what you are going to work on. Other than this programmatic work, there will be many events to be held, organized in Poland, in Brussels. I don't want to list all of those meetings and events and conferences, because not all of them relate to you directly, but I would like to only sort of highlight one that will be concerts to be held in Warsaw in March next year at the experts level, where we are going to discuss research statistics in sport and how we can use those to develop sports policies. And the second event, I think the biggest one in the sports area, to be organized by European Commission, and that sport forum to be held in Krakow during our presidency next April. Of course, I invite you to get in touch with us. Should you have any questions, any suggestions, we're open to discussion, to conversation. We'll be very willing to listen to you. And that's these are the contact data. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Jasta Drzakowska, the Eastern Director of International Cooperation Department at the Ministry of Sports and Tourism. I hope sport will be the king or the queen during Polish presidency, and that the curriculum will also change the shape of our public. And now Łukasz Pogorowski, welcome to the stage. Please. The floor is yours.
Szanowni Państwo, dzień dobry. Ja miałem być dla Państwa
I was supposed to be, like having marathon that lead the competitors, but as we are slightly late, it will be half marathon, 10 kilometers or even slightly less or faster. Fortunately, the Minister and Director Marczewski have already said some things I was supposed to share with you by introducing you into the political and factual context of Erasmus Plus sport. So it will be easier for me it will be easier for you to get this knowledge that I want to share with you right now. As to the details, applications to Erasmus Sports, we'll discuss those during more detailed training webinars, where we go through the application process, its components, both in action one, the centralized one, and second one, central, decentralized and central. So they inform you about the coming events. On 14th January at Legia Stadium in Warsaw. So welcome on behalf of our foundation. Now let's get to the point. As it was said, action one and action two, mobility of sports teams. Two activities: job shadowing, observation of the work in the host institution, 2 to 14 days, and coaching and training assignments, 7 to 45 days, slightly change as compared to the previous years. This second category involves co-delivering training at the host institutions. So practical training, it's something like an internship. Action 2, nothing has changed here. All the time, 4 activities. The 3 first ones are the most available to us, and applicants most often apply for them. And during the last years, as Director has mentioned, with quite a bit of success. To refer to what the previous speakers have said, in Erasmus Plus programs, what's important is to refer to priorities of the program, and they are based on what's been discussed on European policies, on the guidelines in the sports activities, physical activity and healthy lifestyle. So they have to involve horizontal global priorities of Erasmus+, but also, as we deal with sports, detailed priorities concerning the sport as a sector. Now, talking about the program, a Bible for every applicant is the guide for Erasmus+. The new version, guidebook, is already available. Also, the application forms, you can log in, you can see them. But in this guidebook, all these priority and sports are explained more in detail. What is also very important here is that we are focusing on the mass sports area, so informal, outside of educational facilities or institutions, and that makes us different from like school education. To digress, if we talk about physical training teachers, they of course can use or tap on these Erasmus Plus sports, but under the umbrella of school education. We did it together with schools, so in order to demonstrate the context for these teachers, who very often are both the teachers and coaches in school clubs and other institutions. So there are opportunities in these programs for them too. But sports under Erasmus Plus Action 1 is the mass sports, the public sports, which is to make people more active in clubs and institutions. Saying sport, I don't mean different disciplines, of course, of sport, but all types of sport, but broad social context and inclusion and activation, integration through sport. Sport meant as a tool to improve the participation, to use the values brought by sports to discuss important or to get us involved in important social aspects. Here we enter, to some extent, the opportunities given by sports in activity number 1, and which are the areas involved. We want to make Polish institutions in the sports realm, to make them more international, to implement international cooperation, to look at international good practices so that we can use them in our work, in our target groups, our participants in the sports activities. This is a fraction of a fragment of the first round of this year's competition. Which kind of organizations, institutions that are the applicants? As you can see, it's a wide array of applicants. The list is not complete. We used to have even more kinds of institutions. Any entity that is involved in mass sport will find an opportunity for themselves in this program to develop the activity, to look at new methodologies or new practices to be implemented by themselves as well. Now, talking about the kinds of disciplines and activities, this is only a fragment of what our beneficiaries are doing or are planning to do. As you can see, the list is very broad and the scope, the projects are very important. We've also learned while taking the application about these disciplines or activities we hadn't known before. It's also very educational for us. In Polish Non-Olympic Sports Committee, there are over 60 different sport disciplines, like Polish Association of Cheerleaders are very active, that of towing or drawing the rope in mass sports, because you can imagine that some of these associations have a dozen thousand participants each. So they act at a very local level, but it's our potential group of beneficiaries, of which 5 associations or associations have already successfully applied for grants. We hope that the number will be increased. Now, practical hint, how to write, how to draft your project, your offer. We have to focus on the objectives. Of course, that's our development, the development of our organization, but always at the end of the road we have to notice our participants, our target group we are working with. We focus in the program largely, first of all, on the youth, but not only. There are different age groups. We have projects that involve work with senior citizens, orienteering programs. So for seniors, we have such projects. So there is no exclusion. Of course, there is an aspect of how to include the youth. That's very important. That's where we focus very much. Now, while writing your application, drafting your application, we try to think how the knowledge that we want to use, how we use in our center, our institution, and it has to be emphasized very much in our application. That's the part which is which will determine our competitive advantage. It's a grants competition. We will compete with other applicants to obtain. So we have to well present our objectives. We have to be aware that these have to be very much highlighted.
But let's not stick just purely to theory. This is one of our projects. You can read it in Polish, but it's also available in English on our website. An interview with Magdalena Majewska. It's a project connected to Fair Play Academy. It is sitting volleyball, so basically you just sit on the ground. It proves to be a highly integrative project. Many activities are organized when it comes to groups of people with disabilities. This project was launched in Slovenia, and what seems to be especially interesting is that it focused on developing coaches with disabilities. You can easily imagine what kind of influence a coach with disabilities can have when it comes to players with disabilities. This is such a powerful kick. It can be so motivating. This was just a pilot project, the very first one in Europe involving coaches with disabilities, which is not that self-evident in this sector. And we also focused on cooperating with parents, including parents, offering them a chance to become a part of it. Let's bear in mind that sports, physical education, it is obliging in a way. So sports here was one of the areas of our focus, and from the interview with Magdalena, this came as a surprise that it proved to be really up and running there. These are the practices that can be translated later on into their everyday work. They can actually see the tangible results of their activities. So you can get to know a lot of knowledge from many different sectors of operation. So it's not only about sports. We had a project dedicated to hippotherapy. The second one that you can see here in the slide, it will be explored later on by Jakub Kalinowski from VAU Foundation. V for sport, integrating children and refugees from Ukraine, also included in the project, one of the buzzwords. And it was going on at schools and not actually only during physical education classes. So we can see that it also matches the overriding idea behind all the project. Let's talk about the specifics right now, namely the funds. What kind of funds can you count on given this round of financing? The rates seem to be varied depending on the period of the project. It is divided into 3 groups, and depending on the group, there are different rates of financing. You can see the ranges. Support for organization, individual support for specific participants. If we talk about people with lower chances, I do not only mean people with disabilities, but also people who come from families with lower income. It is all defined precisely. And then there are the so-called preparatory visits, not always justified, because we can have our personal agreeing on everything beforehand. So we have to justify this kind of preparatory visit well. We don't want it to be cancelled later on at the last minute. Language support, again, it has to be justified, and special travel costs. There is a special calculator available to this end. So the truth is that all the rates, apart from extraordinary rates, it will be all calculated automatically in your application. Hence, this application is so easy to fill in. Most people are done by us by default, and we have to only focus on substantive matters. When working on your application, you have to explore the perspective of an expert, namely an expert, the person who's going to assess or evaluate our application later on, and these are people from the outside. So you have to consider certain things. There is a special guidebook with all the assessment criteria included. We do know that applicants tend to forget about it, whereas it's pivotal because it means exploring the perspective of the actual expert. So we have to take into account the assessment criteria, namely the quality of your project, the objectives of the project. Is it well-founded? And of course, very often these are partnership projects. Let's not forget about this. Again, something that we have already mentioned, but just to give you an outlook, what kind of amounts are we possibly talking about? As you can see, the amounts keep growing on an ongoing basis. Hopefully this augurs well for the future editions, that hopefully the funds available will only grow.
tutaj coś nam się... Tak. I teraz akcja druga.
And right now, action 2. Central strategic partnerships. They are divided into two parts, namely small-scale partnerships and large major partnerships. And later on, I'll show you what are the categories. Now we can see sports events, non-commercial European ones, and building potential. That's the last one. That's the category of central projects, more related to all kind of policies and the influence of sports onto building civic society. It's especially true when it comes to the Balkan states. These are very peculiar projects, and in this category we didn't have any Polish beneficiaries, but hopefully it will change in the foreseeable future.
Tak, jeżeli chodzi jeszcze o przykłady,
Now let's talk about some specific examples of some projects. I would like to strongly recommend our weekly Europe for the Active, Europa dla Aktywnych. Europe for the Active, you can find it at the entrance to this conference room. All the issues are also available online electronically in each and every issue from last year and in 3 issues from this year. I mean, you can find a lot of articles, interviews, as well as special guides or tips developed by us and in cooperation with our journalists dedicated to the realm of sport, some specific examples of all kind of implemented projects. So a lot of hands-on practical tips when it comes to how to do those projects successfully, how to harness all those aspects that are featured here. Obviously, there are more examples of this kind. I would like to strongly recommend taking a look at our weekly Europe for the Active. I forgot about some important slides, but I still remember them when it comes to the category of central projects, namely small-scale partnerships, where what we have at our disposal are 2 financial categories, namely lump sum amounts, so not the range, but it's 30 or 60,000 euro. So a flat sum, basically. And these are small-scale projects aimed at supporting the organizations that are only just fledgling, taking their very first steps. It's enough to have one foreign partner to implement such a project. These projects, these applications are not very complex, at least when it comes to this category, small partnerships. And they are bilateral, so it's enough to have only one partner if you want to initiate some kind of cooperation, and it means that you can go and travel and visit your partner, plan something together. Small-scale projects, partnerships, just to start, begin your adventure with Erasmus+. The second category, a bigger one, 120,000 up to 400,000 euro. These are bigger projects. You have to have the right operational capacity. You have to document all the elements well during your application project. And here, these partnership projects were implemented by major entities like the Polish Olympic Committee and similar major large-scale project, for instance, dedicated to two-track career of athletes. And here, these projects help us to work on new solutions, implement new methodologies, and focus on the aspects pertaining to being innovative in the realm of sports. And here the timeline is longer, up to 36 months, so that the result generated by us later on can be tested, implemented, evaluated, and made more public, available to everyone if you want to share it. If you have some new ideas, those major large-scale partnerships are the right category for you. And the third, last category, non-commercial European sports events. Again, here we have 3 actions, amounts from 200 up to 450,000 euro. That is the range. This is an exceptional, unique category when it comes to the entire program, because here this category is available only only in the sector of Erasmus Plus sport. The two first categories are related to organizing sports events of similar themes in all the EU member states. The minimum required number of partners is 3, and you can organize the events together, visit one another, participate in the competitions. You can also activate, engage local people, but basically we visit one another, share experiences, organize a sports event together. The last category the amount allocated here is 450,000 euro. It's about one event organized by one coordinator involving the participation of participants from abroad. So we need at least 10 organizations from 10 different countries. All the funds are allocated to the coordinator, and we organize such an event here on the premises. We invite all the participants, but all the coordinating and organizational effort is something that we are in charge of, and Polish decision makers seem to have a long-standing experience. Polish Paralympic Committee organized 2 events of this kind. Paulina, that is with us, was included in one of the projects, Paraski for Europe. If my memory serves me well, a very interesting project. These are large-scale, major events. You have to have a lot of organizational skills, but we seem to be quite successful in this respect. We'd like to encourage you to also give it a try. It's all good. On my part, I believe that briefly, this was it. And as mentioned, we are going to provide more detailed, specific trainings, and we are going to explore all the aspects when it comes to the actual application process for funds, and we'll try to offer you more practical, hands-on knowledge. Łukasz Smakorowski, the coordinator of Erasmus Plus Sport program and the coordinator of the conference today. The truth is that all kinds of mobility partnership programs help us to explore the perspective of other clubs, organizations, and then we can learn from them and try to follow into their footsteps. And the project just mentioned, Paraski for Europe, from my personal experience, I have to admit that this was one of the best and most interesting that I have ever taken part in, and the feedback, all the contacts that I established seem to be fruitful even until today. We received a lot of information that we received from a lot of different speakers. We are going to explore some of those topics later on in depth, but right now let's slow down a little bit, because we have a sports-related novelty, namely inclusive Olympics. Have you ever heard about it? Does it ring a bell? I know that there is one person, or maybe two, present here that know one thing or two about it. So right now we need to rearrange our stage. The idea came into being in 2007 in Spain. In 2010, a special alliance was established consisting of 35 organizations, including also the Ministry of Sports of Spain, as well as Universidad Politecnica in Madrid. The idea of inclusive Olympics, which means that at the same time we have 2 teams competing with one another in pairs. Players with disabilities competing with one another. It proved to be successful for the very first time. It was organized in 2001, so quite consistently after the Tokyo event, and this year we had the next edition. The very first edition was only for the Spaniards, and the next one was more international. We had 6 different nationalities, including Poland, as well as the EU, Mexico, Chile, Brazil, Ecuador, and Spain.
tylko hiszpańskich zawodników to
in the first edition we had only 170 participants from Spain, and the last one included 300 participants,
rywalizowano w 14 dyscyplinach, więc
people
było to naprawdę spore
that were perfectly fit, as well as people with disabilities. So quite an event. Poland was represented by 2 athletes, so highly innovative. Adrian Castro, who received a silver medal in Tokyo during the Olympics, and Paweł, who is a hockey player on grass, and he will talk more about it. So let's slow down a little bit, because this is quite a novelty, something new. Let me just add that in
1980 wzięło w nich udział 400 zawodników. Teraz w Madrycie widzieliśmy 300 zawodników z 6 krajów.
Kto wie, być może za 50, so perhaps in another 50 or 100 years, it will appear that the conception, the concept, the idea that was coined by Spain. So we have Olympics, Paralympics, and next, on a cyclical basis, inclusive games organized every 4 years, so like a triad. Maybe it will come into being finally. Once you hear about this idea, perhaps you are about to witness the birth of a brand new movement. So Robert Pawlak is with us. Let me invite you onto the stage. Let's talk about the inclusive games or inclusive Olympics. Welcome, welcome cordially.
Czym zatem są Igrzyska Inkluzywne
z
twojej perspektywy?
Inclusive games, what is the concept behind it from your perspective? From my perspective, as the name speaks for itself, it was supposed to be more inclusive, so actually a little bit more exclusive, namely athletes with disabilities competing with the regular athletes. But is it actually possible that such a competition can be going on? You were actually there in your discipline. You are a professional hockey player, right? It is pivotal that we had athletes with disabilities, and additionally regular athletes were also invited. So what about your impressions from Madrid? I was playing for the blue team. It was all divided into colors. And actually, I met a lot of really wonderful people, both with disabilities as well as just regular people, but mainly with disabilities, because in every team we had 2 individuals with disabilities, and actually we were playing in sort of small tournament, and it was all about having fun, you know. Yes, it's all about having fun during inclusive games. Let me just add that when it comes to Robert Pawlak and his teams, we had people with intellectual disabilities, but Adrian Castro, who is our para-fencer, actually, when he was playing, we had a person with physical disabilities, then a person that was visually impaired. It was quite incredible for the very first time. People practicing fencing with visual disabilities, and then we had a regular athlete also when it comes to this fencing category. In your case, we had different teams. How many teams were included? It seems to me that there were 6 teams during the tournament, and everybody had their proverbial, 5 minutes of fame, as if. What about this entire communication within your team? You went there. I must admit that I also attended personally the games in Madrid, and it was a big question mark, because you didn't really know what to expect and how well you received, welcomed by the team.
Well, despite the emails and so on, it was difficult to get into the conversation in Israel, but everything went smoothly. Once we managed, it was partly Spanish, partly in English. I know a little bit of both languages, but by gestures, by body language, there were emotions, lots of emotions. That was the easiest, What kind of experience was it for you? All of a sudden you could see an innovative idea how sport and international competition can look like. Well, for me, it was, as I said, an experience, a great experience, because you can look at all that from a completely different perspective. And it's good refreshment of it all. I mean, the Spanish managed to invite into this inclusive games great stars in this sport among ambassadors, Nadia Comaneci, Javier Sotomayor, Jonathan Edwards. How these people, these individuals, their presence have translated into the interest in these games in Spain. Well, I think a lot of people came for them to have a selfie with them, or to take a picture, to see how it has. Of course, you can meet personally your idol, right? I had an opportunity to talk to Nadia Comaneci, who for many years has been involved in promotion of sports for people with disabilities, and all these stars said that we are witnesses of the birth of something great, unprecedented, which will rule the world of sport. And, well, can it happen really in reality? Well, what's your opinion? I think, and I hope it will be so, but I think we are witnessing the beginning of something great, unusual. What's unusual in such games, from your perspective? Someone who took part for the first time competing with people with disabilities. I think the fact that we can stop in time and focus on the game, and that's the greatest value, I think. You said after the end of the competition, when you collected your medal, you came back to Poland with it was bronze medal. That this experience demonstrated to you what is worth looking for in sports. That's the joy of what you're doing. We are going to talk about it during our last unit. And that's the foundation, the sports people, the competitors start, the joy, and then of course the pressure and the expectation from yourself or others often kill that. You have to get prepared mentally. Let's leave the inclusive games for a while. Robert Bartka is also beneficiary of Erasmus Plus program. You took part in the program organized by Polish Aspire Youth Leadership on Grass Hockey Association to support young people and to build the leadership skills. You're in fact in the vanguard of it, but how this participation affected your sports career? I think I've done a lot from it, how you create usually different programs, how you can become a face of a program. So I've done a lot of that, and translating into sport, how can you be a leader of to the group, and how you can lead others. How you can be perceived as a leader, and that was the key takeaway. And I think I've done it. You stay in sports, that's the most important, and at such a professional level. Thank you very much for being with us, and I hope that we've sold you, ladies and gentlemen, key information about inclusive games, which naturally have got us closer to the sports of people with disabilities. And as to this sport, one of the major challenges is to prepare the educational tours and coaches. Where we are today, Tadeusz Wojciechowski will tell us he's an expert in education of Polish Paralympic Committee. So welcome. Please join us. Thank you, Robert. Thank you very much.
Tym mam przekłon. Tak? Dobra.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to represent Polish Olympic Committee, Paralympic, together for physical activity. This material has been an ideal introduction to what I would like to share with you. Any activities based on well-prepared team. In sports, it's especially important. But before I tell you about the team, the professional occasion, I would like to say a few words about Polish Paralympic Committee. It's an association of associations, of clubs, federations and sports associations, other legal entities whose status or charters provide for activities related to Paralympic movement. So it's a broad definition, however, but it tells you about the course of action. We have these key member organizations listed here. In particular, I would like to tell you about Polish disabled people association called START, and we'll get back to that later. Now, the medals and accomplishments of Polish Paralympic athletes, competitors as Paralympics in 1960, Rome, the first Paralympic Games. We weren't there at that time. We joined in those competitions in 1972. So pretty recently, I mean, despite that, we have 821 medals won as Poland. So it's a great achievement. It suffices to say that in Paris, I'm not going to compare us to other representations. We won 8 gold medals, 6 silver and 9 bronze medals. That demonstrates the strength of Polish Paralympic sport. Those with disabilities, it is, well, statistics tell us something, more than words sometimes. What Minister Boris has said, what the director has said, and what the representative of the European Commission has said. We are ideally within these priorities. It suffices to say that nearly 200,000 children don't take part in the physical training lessons because of some disabilities. The number of has increased as compared to the previous national census. It's data from in 2021. It has increased by 16% as compared to the previous census. So it's 5.5 people with some disabilities. And it's over 1 million who have official papers, documents for that. What's also very important, in Poland about 30% of those with disabilities are professionally active, unlike Western countries, not mentioning Scandinavian countries, where 80% of them are active professionally. So we lose often young, intellectually fit people in the labor marketplace. When I talk to the mayors of cities or local assembly speakers, these people are maintained by them. So instead of making contribution, they have to be supported. Please understand as well what disability is all about. The two definitions. One is shortened, the second one officially adopted by the UN. So it's a status that significantly makes it difficult to perform specific activities or entering into interaction with the environment around us. It's not only motor disability, so those on wheelchairs, those with limps or after accidents. Largely, these are people with obesity, with diabetes, with diseases of the heart diseases, cardiovascular diseases. At a certain stage of such an illness, they are disabled because often they cannot perform very simple activities. So hence such big numbers, of course. Well, I mean, even though all in all, these numbers are big. A brief history of the integrated qualification system. The system has been operational since 2016 in Poland, and here we have in the official Journal of Laws from 2016 an act providing on implementation of the integration qualification system. A system is present in different vocational areas, but also in sport. In 2017, we've had yet another Journal of Laws with the classification of the system of qualification in sports. You can find it. Google it out, a sectoral qualifications framework in sport. At the same time, work was to develop sectoral sports qualification for people with disabilities. The pandemic has halted that process for a while, and it was as late as 2023 that by the regulation of the minister has included the activities under Polish professional or vocational qualification framework. It has expanded the sports activities for people with disabilities. Polish qualification framework, meaning integrated qualification system, has 8 levels or 8 layers, like the middle one here on the chart. This is the European system, and it refers to the European system. Some countries like Ireland, for example, have more levels. They have 10. But in fact, all the countries that have implemented this integrated qualification system refer to the European qualification system. Each level is described by general characteristics concerning the knowledge, the skills, and social competences. So what's usually on the Erasmus priorities, the foundation, it's the knowledge, skills, and social competences. The work to develop the system, also in sport, and in particular in sport for people with disabilities, have been done in collaboration with the Ministry of National Education, social partners. Done non-arbitrarily, but through many consulting action processes. So currently 2 levels are being developed of Polish qualification framework for people with disabilities, PRK2, PRK4, they are called, and I would like to highlight it briefly for you. Well, before that, I would The objective of our activity in this respect of the Polish Paralympic Committee is to provide conditions, that's the beginning, to increase the competence of schools. If teachers, instructors, animators, organizers, as long as they don't know how to include, how to expand the sports event by people with disabilities, they will be afraid of that. So the professional team is the key element for this development. Polish Paralympic Committee is officially appointed as a certifying agency. So according to the Polish qualification framework, they can issue certificates. And I would like to get back to the Polish Association of People with Disabilities called START. Being a certifying entity, we cannot be that preparing for certification, for validation. That's performed right now by START clubs. Several training sessions have been already organized. It was last autumn in the Paralympic Center at Wisła. I took part not only to learn about it, but to learn about the modus operandi. It's very interesting for all those who would be interested in it. Welcome, please get in touch. You're welcome. There are two levels, as I mentioned. So assisting in organizing sports events for people with disabilities, and running training unit or training facility. Once the system is implemented, it will be a transparent system that will recognize the skills or qualifications of people who want to operate. Why it is worthwhile to obtain such a certificate? Usually there are two sides to this coin. The employer, the employee, the teacher, the instructor, or the person who would like to obtain such a certificate, and the other side, the employer or organizer of an event or training facility or unit. In both cases, it is easier to demonstrate your skills, and on the other side to recognize these skills, because the employer, if as an employer, if I am to organize something, I would like to have those who are prepared. To recognition of the skills qualification in the labor market. I'm more flexible in my activity, but as to the employer will always be more competitive thanks to that, and of course it can promote lifelong learning. I'm not going to discuss it all in detail. You'll find it in the presentation, which will be made available to you. Now, 2 words about the PRK2 level, assisting in the events. Here we have a highlight or focus on 3 steps. First, what such a sports event is, how we organize it, how we should remember about how to provide security, safety and security for participants and for ourselves, and a specialist thing, how we assist those with disabilities. This assistance can vary depending on what kind of disability we are facing. It suffices to say, for those who had not previous exposure to this, usually such a person says, well, how, but how, what? He or she would like to help with everything. As it happens, these people with strong disabilities would like to be able to do, and they are able to do many things. So we should always ask about the scope of assistance they expect. Safety and security, assisting the event. These are three topics that are being trained, exercised in order to obtain the skill, the qualification at this level. The training, effects training results, we'll learn about the characteristics of sports for people with disabilities, how we promote communication and how you support the implementation of different sports events. So these components or elements are subject to validation in order to obtain such a skill certified by a certificate.
So who could possibly be interested here? Relatively, we could talk about quite a sizable group, especially when it comes to the foreseeable future. What we'd like to focus on are the physical education teachers, but also when it comes to school education, those who come into first contact with students who have some kind of problems. I'm talking about primary schools, but also sports academies, graduates, as well as vocational medical services, athletes, players, both regular ones as well as those with disabilities. And it also means this level for volunteers, voluntary workers. I recently met people who attended this kind of training, and when I asked them why is that they want to do it, very often they answered that they have a brother or sister with disabilities and they would like to help them, support them when it comes to starting how to practice sports. And here we proved to be very supportive in this respect. And now, level 4. We need to make a jump. This is our training unit. You can see all the rules and principles. Those of you who dealt with sports professionally know exactly what it is when it comes to the entire training process, because it is slightly different. And the qualification-related assessment when it comes to the sports of people with disabilities, given just one type of disability, we have several different categories because we want to provide an even level playing field. I need to speed up. This is the last slide. These are the 3 ideas behind the activities of the Polish Paralympic Committee. Number 1, inclusive school, physical education for everyone. Then a sports facility that is inclusive sports facility. Today, we tend to build facilities that, in compliance with all kinds of regulations, are also fit for people with disabilities. So I travel all across Poland. Very often, we have a lot of modern, perfectly equipped Poland with access also for people with disabilities, but there is no right personnel. And then, last but not least, a municipality that supports people with disabilities. These are the topics that you could also possibly, partially or fully, tap into when it comes to your projects. Thank you so much, Polish Paralympic Committee. Łukasz Szeliga will represent us later on during the discussion panel, the president. And the last slogan, just to round it off, is impossible does not exist. Impossible is nothing. This is a slogan of the International Paralympic Committee. How sports can possibly influence the life of people with disabilities? And as all, very briefly, an example of the study by Nielsen, it indicated that following the Olympics in London in 2012 to the year 2019, more than 1 million of people with disabilities in the UK entered the labour market, open labour market. A lot were fighting for. Let's enjoy our coffee during the break. Let's reconvene at 12:30. A lot of fantastic guests awaiting us after the break, a lot of excellent discussion panels, and one of the best practices when it comes to implementing Erasmus Plus sport programs. See you soon.
Witam Państwa po przerwie. Drodzy Państwo, zaczynamy drugi blok naszej dzisiejszej konferencji i zaczynamy od mocnego uderzenia. Zapraszam na panel, którego tytuł brzmi Sport powszechny, sport społeczny, edukacja, włączanie, rozwój. Będziemy rozmawiać o tym, czy sport może być narzędziem edukacyjnym, czy może być narzędziem społecznym, czy może integrować i oczywiście jaka jest w tym rola programu Erasmus plus Sport. Mamy znakomitych gości. Zapraszam bardzo serdecznie pana Piotra Borysa, wiceministra sportu i turystyki. Dziękujemy, że znalazł pan czas, by być z nami. Zapraszam bardzo, proszę o zajęcie miejsca. Zapraszam także pana Łukasza Szeligę, prezesa Polskiego Komitetu Paralimpijskiego oraz Polskiego Związku Sportu Niepełnosprawnych Start, a także pana Jakuba Kalinowskiego, prezesa Fundacji V4 Sport, członka zarządu największej organizacji sportu powszechnego na świecie, International Sport and Culture Association, pierwszy w Polsce laureat głównej nagrody Komisji Europejskiej Be Active Awards w zakresie innowacji w edukacji i oczywiście także beneficjent programu Erasmus plus Sport. Panowie, drodzy Państwo, ta dyskusja będzie się toczyła wokół takich trzech głównych słów, które wymieniłam. Edukacja, włączanie, rozwój. Panie ministrze, kiedy sport staje się narzędziem edukacyjnym i społecznym? Czy w ogóle może taką rolę pełnić?
Nie tylko może, ale musi pełnić taką rolę. My, kiedy obserwujemy tak naprawdę cały proces edukacji, kompetencji, nam bardzo mocno na poziomie oczywiście ministerstwa brakuje tych kompetencji ruchowych, fizycznych, które powinny znaleźć się. One są oczywiście w podstawie programowej, ale jeżeli popatrzymy na kierowanie horyzontalne, to przecież nie ma rozwoju młodego człowieka bez właśnie ruchu, sportu i tego wszystkiego, co sport i aktywność fizyczna daje młodemu człowiekowi. Wiemy, są na to już badania, że jeżeli tego się nie rozpocznie jeszcze w okresie edukacji wczesnoszkolnym, czyli przedszkolnym tak naprawdę, to nie jesteśmy w stanie przy tych przyzwyczajeniach i zakusach świata cyfrowego oderwać tak naprawdę dzieci od tego, aby chciały aktywnie spędzać czas. Według wszystkich wyliczeń, aby dziecko mogło się właściwie rozwijać, potrzebna jest jedna pełna godzina zegarowa aktywności fizycznej. Tu nie chodzi tylko o drobny spacer. Aktywności fizycznej codziennie. I teraz w jaki sposób do tego przyzwyczajać dzieci? No właśnie to jest okres wczesnoszkolny, czyli przedszkolny. To tutaj w pierwszej fazie muszą wejść pomysły, programy, takie stymulacje, które pozwolą na to, że rozwijamy się także poprzez ruch, szczególnie w tym najmłodszym okresie, a później to wchodzi właśnie w tą kompozycję pewnych przyzwyczajeń. My mamy w Polsce z tym duży problem, dlatego że jak wiemy, także w szkole w klasach 1-3 nie ma nauczycieli wychowania fizycznego. Całą część aktywności fizycznej realizują nauczyciele edukacji wczesnoszkolnej, którzy nie są specjalistami w zakresie wychowania fizycznego. I ten element chcemy stopniowo poprawić, aby właśnie aktywność fizyczna, rozwój, to wszystko, co daje nam wysiłek fizyczny i aktywność mogła tak naprawdę stymulować system edukacji. Od przedszkola aż do zakończenia edukacji na poziomie szkolnictwa wyższego. I to jest absolutnie dla nas klucz i priorytet. Jak wspomniałem wcześniej, na upowszechnianie sportu mamy blisko 1 miliard złotych, czyli około 200 kilkudziesięciu miliardów euro w tym roku. Bardzo wiele stowarzyszeń, związków sportowych z tego korzysta, ale my potrzebujemy systemu i dlatego chcemy osadzić elementy właśnie w polskiej edukacji i dlatego między innymi, jak wspomniałem wcześniej, naszym głównym tematem prezydencji jest właśnie sport w systemie edukacji, bo nie ma tak naprawdę rozwoju fizycznego dzieci bez tak naprawdę dzisiaj szkoły. Szkoła musi wziąć największą odpowiedzialność za rozwój fizyczny i sportowy dzieci, edukacji zarówno szkolnej i pozaszkolnej. Stąd ten program Aktywna Szkoła, w której w całej Polsce chcemy otworzyć publiczną infrastrukturę za darmo aby z
free of
niej mogły
charge, so
korzystać
that
dzieci
children
wraz
can use it
z
together
trenerami
with coaches,
i aby ten system
and so
zbudować.
that we
Ten
build
alfabet
the
ruchowy,
system.
o którym mówią
This
nam specjaliści,
alphabet
on powinien wejść
especially
bardzo
should
mocno i
be
twardo
very much
właśnie
embedded
do podstawy
enter,
programowej.
this
Jeżeli na to
core
wszystko nałożymy
curriculum,
jeszcze
when we
świadomego młodego
overlay
człowieka,
all
ucznia,
that with the
to
aware
właśnie
young
edukacja
person,
zdrowotna, w której
pupil,
także nasi
student, so then
konsultanci
health education
współtworzą podstawę programową,
consultants
aby właśnie poprzez kontekst
co-create this core curriculum,
edukacji
so that through
zdrowotnej
health
dodatkowo
education
wspierać
context we
świadomość
additionally support
młodych ludzi
the
na każdym
awareness
etapie,
of
bo
young
przecież
people at
dzieciaki
each and
są
every stage
świadome
of their
tego,
development.
czym
Children
jest
are
ruch,
aware of
czym
what
jest zdrowe
moves,
odżywianie,
what
w jaki
healthy
sposób
nourishment
aktywność
means,
fizyczna
how physical
wpływa na
activity
nasze zdrowie psychiczne.
influences
Wiemy,
our
jak
mental,
wiele dzisiaj w Polsce mamy,
psychological
szczególnie po
health.
pandemii,
We know
nie
that
tylko w
especially
Polsce
after pandemic, not only in
jak
Poland,
wiele
we
jest
have many problems.
prób
We
samobójczych
know how
i
many
samobójstw
suicidal
wśród
attempts and
coraz
suicides
młodszych
among
dzieci.
younger and younger
I te tendencje są także
children
bardzo niepokojące. Wiemy również, że aktywność
we know
fizyczna,
that physical
sport,
activity and sport,
aktywizacja, uczestniczenie także w tej części
participation in
klubowej, ono w
club
dużej
sports
części
events
sprawia, że wszyscy są równi, wpływa
makes
na
us all
poczucie własnej
largely
wartości,
equal.
na takie szlifowanie również
Makes you
charakteru i
appreciate your
odporności.
value,
I z
and
tym
also
wszystkim
you
staramy
develop
się
yourself.
jako ministerstwo
And as ministry,
uczestniczyć tak
try to
naprawdę w tych
take
procesach
part in
systemowych,
these
głównie
systemic
właśnie związanych z
processes,
podstawą,
mainly
z
related
podstawą
to the
programową.
core
Jak wcześniej
curriculum in
wspominałem,
school.
wychodzimy od dużych badań.
We start with
My już
large
w przyszłym roku
surveys.
chcemy
Next year,
ponownie
we want
przebadać
to
całą populację
reassess,
dzieci
resurvey the
młodzieży,
entire
tak
population
aby
of
każdy uczeń,
children and youth, so that each
również od
pupil
pierwszej klasy
from
szkoły
Form
podstawowej
1 primary
przeszedł
school
4 podstawowe
goes through
testy
4
sprawnościowe, które już
basic
dają nam niesamowicie
physical
duży
tests that
obraz
give us a broad
sprawności
picture
fizycznej.
of physical
Mamy na to
skills,
dwa cele.
and we have two
Pierwszy
objectives
cel to jest
guiding
oczywiście
it. The first one
przez cały okres
is that, of
edukacji
course, during all the
monitorowanie
education we want to monitor
aktywności fizycznej i
physical
sprawności dzieci i
activity
młodzieży.
and the
Jak
physical
wspomniałem,
skills of
zmieniamy
children
ustawę o
and
sporcie
youth.
od stycznia, również
We
klasy
are
1-3
going
będą
to
badane, ale
amend
chodzi o to, żeby każdy nauczyciel
the point is
wychowania
that
fizycznego,
each physical
każdy
training
rodzic
teacher, each
wiedział,
parent know
w jakiej kondycji ruchowej i fizycznej
what
jest
physical
dziecko.
state or
Już w ujęciu
condition is
indywidualnym.
of the
Tu nie chodzi o to, żeby każdy miał zdolności olimpijskie w
Not
przyszłości,
everyone
ale
is
żeby
to be
móc monitorować progres,
to
postęp
become an
każdego
Olympic
dziecka, po
competitor.
to, żeby nauczyciel
But
wiedział,
we
że
want to
dziecko na
monitor
przykład nie robi
this
postępu
so
i
that the
zachęcał
teacher knows
właśnie
that the
do
child does not make
aktywności,
progress,
udziału
so
w
they
wychowaniu
encourage
fizycznym,
them to
także do zajęć pozalekcyjnych. Chcemy również,
go also for
aby tymi wynikami
extracurricular
badań po raz
training,
pierwszy
and we want
podzielić
to
się
share
z
these
gminami.
findings
Będziemy
with
prowadzili dosyć pogłębione
municipalities.
analizy
We'll have in-depth
porównawcze,
analysis,
gdzie jest
comparative
gorzej, gdzie jest
analysis,
lepiej, jakie
where
są
it's better,
przyczyny.
where it's
Z jednej
worse,
strony to musi
and
być
what
wiedza na
the
poziomie
reasons
organów
are.
prowadzących
So
szkoły,
we have to have
także
the
samych
knowledge
oczywiście dyrektorów
at the
szkół, bo być
school
może
level
w
and
niektórych przypadkach
headmasters,
dochodzi do problemów
because in some
systemowych.
cases,
Oraz rodzic,
and
aby mógł
also
monitorować
parents, so that they
każdy
can
rok
monitor
sprawności
every year
fizycznej swojego
the
dziecka.
physical
Ten
skills
system
of their children.
działa od
And the
już
system has
pełni
been
od prawie pełni od tego
fully
roku.
operational,
Przyszłego
nearly
roku poszerzamy to o pełną
beginning this
populację
year,
dzieci,
and next
czyli
year
od klas
we'll
1-3.
extend it over the
Myślę, że to będzie narzędzie, które
full
będziemy chcieli
population of
kontynuować
children
co roku. Przede
at
wszystkim po to,
forms
żeby
1
była
to
praca
3, and we'll
indywidualna
continue.
nad
First of all, that we
oraz,
individual work on
wszędzie tam,
each
gdzie
and
się
every
pojawią
child,
te
and wherever
nieoszlifowane diamenty.
there are these
Dzieci, które mają
diamonds,
wielkie
potential diamonds, children with
kompetencje
inborn
to także
talents
będzie
and
to
skills.
wiedza, w której
It
będą
will be
mogły
knowledge where
skorzystać
they
oczywiście przy
will be
zachowaniu
able to,
ochrony
that, of
danych
course,
osobowych,
protecting the
także
personal
kluby. Bo
data.
może być tak,
The clubs, sports club
że pojawiają się naprawdę
do benefits.
tysiące
It
dzieci
happens. There will be
wybitnie
thousands
uzdolnionych,
of children exceptionally
które
talented,
nigdy nikt
who
nie poprowadzi w
would never
potencjalnych
be led
karierach sportowych. I to jest ten moment, aby
normally
również
by
dać wiedzę
potential
o tym,
coaches.
że być może
So we need the knowledge.
zachęcać
Maybe through
dzieci
parents
do
we can encourage
do
children to
określonych dyscyplin.
specific
To jest ta druga rola,
sports
nie najważniejsza.
disciplines.
Najważniejsza
It's
jest
not
ta,
the most
ta
important role.
sprawność
The most important
fizyczna
is
dzieci była
that
po
the
prostu monitorowana
physical
i
fitness
ciągle
be
stymulowana.
monitored and
Może przy okazji
stimulated
jeszcze
constantly.
możemy sięgnąć po
By the
wybitne
way,
talenty.
we
To
can
jest również dedykować
also try
właśnie
to find these talents.
tym pięknym dyscyplinom sportu, także klubom.
So
Niekiedy
we
trzeba
want to
z tego
disseminate it
korzystać
among
i
sports
taką
club
szansę
as
dzieciom
well,
stworzyć.
and
Także
we want to provide
realizujemy
an
te
opportunity
kwestie
engage children. So we're doing that, and I hope that, as I've mentioned at the very beginning, we want to have this system under the umbrella of the strategy of Polish sport. So if we don't invest in the common sports and physical activity, we will waste another generation. As they calculated, economists in doctors in sick leaves this year, people only wanted to become more resistant and move. It's about 7 billion zlotys that we could save. It's a huge amount. We start with big projects, but it will be successful provided that we involve all the stakeholders. And Erasmus is very good here. We encourage all sports clubs, all the associations, all schools to use the best European experiences, so that we multiply these solutions that not necessarily have to wait for the governmental guidelines. Things have to be implemented here and now. Minister, you've been so comprehensive that I lost 5 questions that I had on my list. But let me ask one. You've mentioned, first of all, in your first intervention, the value of 35% of children and youth are not active physically. How that compares to possible activization with youth and children with disabilities? Years ago, it was possible both, and physical training teachers, when they spot the child with disability, they could call a coach they knew, or someone who would deal with sports for, I have a Johnny so-and-so, Annie, and they could be in your club. Now it's not possible. Will you undertake any activity in this direction? And then it's a question to Mr. Szeliga.
Łukasz o tym powie w szczegółach. Otóż tak,
ta
droga do igrzysk to jest również drogą do igrzysk paralimpijskich. Dzisiaj w Polsce zaledwie 1% osób z niepełnosprawnościami uprawia sport wyczynowy. Tak mniej więcej wliczaliśmy to na komisjach wspólnych z Tu nie chodzi o sport wyczynowy. Chodzi o to, żeby włączyć osoby z niepełnosprawnościami do całego systemu, także szkolnego, także tej aktywnej szkoły po lekcjach.
Proactive school after the lessons. What we need, we have the largest definition of coaches and teachers who should know how to do it, having extra skills and powers. This is the major obstacle.
A z drugiej strony
on the other hand, we have 23 medals in Paralympic Games, and these are our best ambassadors of the inclusion process. Social inclusion process through physical movement and sport. They demonstrate that everything is possible. They open up the eyes to all those fully fit who have their own mental limitations, what a person determined can do, what they can achieve, how they can be, despite all odds, included and fit. And the last thing, I'm so edified by so many Olympic disciplines. Most of the Poles don't know about their existence that were at the Paralympic Games in Paris. How inclusive these are and how you can, through sports, involve these new disciplines and involve public at large. And maybe we've talked to Mr. Krason at Paris. Maybe French solutions are one of the solutions. In France, sports clubs were given additional funds, pretty big, provided that they create also sections including people with disabilities, and that has worked, and great work has been done by Start and our umbrella organizations, but it's still not enough. And let me add that under the program of mobility after Erasmus Plus Sport, many clubs, many organizations apply in the DNA, they have also sections for people with disabilities. But to get back to 23 medals at the Games in Paris, we are very glad for that. We should not compare them to the number of medals at the Olympics. That would be unfair. But those who know the history of Paralympic sports know that it's one of the worst. It was the names who were present earlier. Acquiring new competitors with athletes with disabilities is the major challenge for the Paralympic movement. How are you going to tackle it? Do you have any idea of that? Well, it's a great challenge, but now 2 words about what was raised just a while ago. Many of these themes translate directly to people with disabilities because they are impacted even more by lack of physical activity. But the saddest thing is that the life of people is getting shorter. Our children will live shorter, life expectancy is shorter. It's for the first time in the history of humanity, because due to the quality of life, worse conditions, lack of move, virtualization, sitting mode of living, thanks to all that we have a problem. And even bigger among those with disabilities, as Minister has mentioned, a key thing that inspired me many years ago to look for solutions. Lack of skills. If we want to include broadly children in this movement, motor skills, someone has to run the training. Well, in the Netherlands, a country where sports, Olympic with Paralympic are integrated. Even in the Netherlands, they have problems with coaches and instructors. They have too few of them as compared to the group of those with disabilities. It's easy to find out that in Poland the program is even more aggravated. So in this group we've prepared 2 levels to be certified, and Tadeusz Wojciechowski has mentioned, I know, that theme.
Chcemy, żeby każdy nauczyciel wychowania fizycznego zdobył takie mikrokompetencje, taką nakładkę właśnie, która pozwoli mu bezpiecznie poprowadzić zajęcia sportowe w odniesieniu do różnych niepełnosprawności. No i następnym etapem budowania tego sportowego środowiska inkluzywnego to jest przygotowanie instruktorów, trenerów do tego, żeby oni nie bali się podejmować tej współpracy, bo badania, które zostały zrobione przez Instytut Sportu, również wskazały 2 rzeczy bardzo istotne. Trenerzy, instruktorzy ze sportu olimpijskiego boją się nawiązywać współpracy z osobami z niepełnosprawnościami, ponieważ argumentują to brakiem wiedzy na ten temat. I jest to profesjonalne podejście, bo lepiej nie szkodzić. Natomiast my teraz, naszą rolą jest to, żeby właśnie te drzwi, które się mają jakiś problem z otworzeniem, skutecznie je otworzyć i doedukować nauczycieli, instruktorów. No właśnie ci przyjdzie na pływalnię. Wchodzi na tą pływalnię, nie ma barier architektonicznych, jest szatnia dla osób z niepełnosprawnościami i tak dalej, a ma jakąś znaczącą niepełnosprawność, nie wiem, tetraplegia, takie trudniejsze przypadki, powie, że chce nauczyć się pływać, to tam prawdopodobnie nie znajdzie się nikt, kto podejmie się tego wyzwania, bo nie wszyscy wszystkie osoby z niepełnosprawnością mają jakąś łatwość w tym zakresie. To czasami jest wyzwanie. Natomiast oczywiście jest ta grupa osób bardziej sprawnych i jeśli już doszkolimy instruktorów, trenerów, to też równoległym pomysłem, który powstał kilka lat temu, kiedy zabieraliśmy się za opracowywanie tych zestawów kompetencyjnych, żeby powołać też taki program, który właśnie da dodatkowe środki instruktorowi czy trenerowi, który będzie mógł włączyć dodatkowe osoby z niepełnosprawnościami do swoich zajęć. Tak się dzieje w Holandii, tak się dzieje we Włoszech i mówiąc o naszych wynikach na Igrzyskach Paralimpijskich,
Paralympic Games,
rzeczywiście coraz trudniej zdobywa się te medale i brak nowego zaplecza, takiego, które we wszystkich sportach pozwoliłoby optymistycznie patrzeć w przyszłość, powoduje, że szukamy różnych rozwiązań, dzięki którym będziemy systemowo docierać do młodzieży z niepełnosprawnościami. Organizujemy cały szereg obozów sportowych, organizujemy projekt sekcji sportowych, wychodzimy z tym tam, gdzie znajdują się chętni, natomiast to ciągle za mało. Marzymy o takim świecie, w którym te kompetencje staną się integralną częścią uprawnień, które zdobywają instruktorzy i trenerzy w różnych sportach. W taki sposób możemy dzisiaj wrócić do lepszych tradycji medalowych, natomiast to, co powiedziała tutaj Paulina, rzeczywiście Tokio i Paryż, można powiedzieć, że to stosunkowo najsłabsze występy, jeśli chodzi o dorobek medalowy. Dzieje się tak też dlatego, że te projekty, które powstały kilka lat temu, projekt sekcji sportowych, one powoli już zaczynają przynosić efekty, bo budujemy team juniorski w tej chwili, zarówno w lekkiej atletyce, jak i w pływaniu, czyli w dwóch największych sportach, który będzie pracować już pod kątem igrzysk kolejnych w Brisbane, Australia, bo w sporcie trudno jest przygotować w ciągu 4 lat. Jest to w zasadzie nierealne i niemożliwe, żeby zbudować sportowca, który będzie walczyć na igrzyskach paralimpijskich o medale. No chyba, że trafi nam się jakiś wyjątkowy przypadek sportowca, który nie wiem, na skutek urazu czy choroby kontynuuje ten sport, uprawianie tego sportu jako osoba z niepełnosprawnością, ale nie możemy na tego typu przypadkach próbować szukać rozwiązań, które utrzymają nas w tej pierwszej dziesiątce, jeśli chodzi o medale wszechczasów, dorobek Polski. Jesteśmy na 10. miejscu. A dzisiaj o tyle trudniej jest walczyć o te paralimpijskie krążki, ponieważ sięgają też takie państwa po medale, które do tej pory w ogóle nie były brane pod uwagę. Cały świat arabski bardzo mocno włączył się w te rywalizacje. Afryka, Azja, Ameryka Południowa i w zasadzie powoli te zawody w wielu sportach nie są już takie łatwe do przewidzenia, jeśli chodzi o wyniki sportowe. Oczywiście zawsze mocne Chiny w ostatnich latach i też w zasadzie czego możemy się spodziewać, to na pewno medalowych wyników. Jako ciekawostkę, gdyby dodać medale Wielkiej Brytanii, Stanów Zjednoczonych, Paryżu, tak Chiny by zwyciężyły. Więc nawet nie próbuję odnosić Polski do tych państw, ponieważ to nie jest żadna konkurencja,
but the Netherlands or Italy, these are realistic reference points that should be taken into account while looking for solutions that will change the reality to the better. And there's a major problem to involve young people into motor activity and a synergic activity with different organizations as broadly as possible. Only that can bring about the good results. I'm glad that the Ministry of Sports has a good approach to this topic, promoting this organization of these games, Olympic and Paralympic Games in Poland in the future, and through building the future, only this conversation has started in such an approach to the development of both the strategy, as a result of which such games could be a sequence of events. It's a well thought over solution looking for health. It's priceless. Yes, and the ministry and others, once they start collaborating, I think there will be progress, and it's making progress. Ministry of Education is also open to the idea of inclusive education. It's all about how you activate these people. And people forget that rehabilitation, physiotherapy leads to independence. If you don't teach young people to be independent, it will be difficult for them to look for employment, to be proactive. It's a process that fortunately started many years ago, and Poland is at another level as 25 years ago.
So to sum up those two last comments, what we need is a smart, common sense strategy of how to develop it all in Poland. We need well-educated, fully informed people, be that children, teenagers, adults. We need informed, fully aware parents, teachers, guardians, those who will lead, moderate people with disabilities, be that everyday physical activities or indulging in competitive sport, because the fact that right now we are able to win a bigger number of medals is because we were able to really spread our wings when it comes to para sports, especially over the recent years. But what we need right now are cutting-edge methods of working. So right now I'm looking at Mr. Kalinowski, because you as the foundation are well known for the fact that you are really able to implement those truly innovative methods, hence attracting a lot of people. Would you like to share some cool ideas with us? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the last 15 years, actually, we have been dealing with physical activity from the very moment our intention was to promote it all among children, teenagers, and we have rolled out a number of both national and international projects. First, we were focusing on this sedentary sitting lifestyle. We wanted to prove inspiring for children, teenagers, as well as parents, adults, how to promote physical activity. But the more we explored the more we explored the world, the more benefits we could see from it all, both us as well as all the participants of our project. And today, this wide array of all kinds of benefits stemming from well-designed and promoted activities in the realm of doing sports together. I mean, this is like a big portfolio. Doing sports, doing physical activity together can influence so many other areas. And this is definitely something worth discussing. So please note several pivotal aspects, namely doing some physical activity together, not necessarily sports understood as competition or rivalry. It helps children and teenagers to become more integrated, and the same is true about the whole society at so many different levels. And this can be done among children of different level of stamina. It's not about having the winner and the loser. No, doing some physical activity together, we can have some quality time spent together well, and we can get to know one another better. Something that I really take pride in. Yesterday, actually, for the very first time, we did something called integrating physical training or activity. We invited Madame Grażyna, who is doing some rowing, and we invited her to join us during some online classes. We try to promote movement, physical activity. We also know that children enjoy the world of fantasy. They love exploring this world that is not real. So we prepared a special event under which children are supposed to help us rescue Christmas, because there is not going to be any Christmas, because Santa Claus has a special sleigh powered by physical activity. If there is no physical activity, there is no sleigh, there is no fuel for the sleigh, and reindeers cannot fly. So how to rescue Christmas? How to help it all? We started promoting the project. I'm looking at Dominika. Yes, Dominika was in charge, actually. It all started 10 or 12 days ago. Applications were submitted. I mean, the deadline was yesterday morning. 1,500 schools from all across Poland applied. And we had actually 15,000 children yesterday during our online event taking part. Yes, we definitely need a big round of applause. So a major, huge event. And what is especially inspiring. What fuels me, what drives me, although I didn't sleep a lot, I already drank 5 coffees or so. The moment I enter the internet, I hit Facebook and I see all kind of footage sent by schools and shared by them. I mean, it's incredible. When we were starting out, when we were designing the project, we would think that teachers in primary schools would basically monitor their physical activity. It will take them 2 or 3 hours and that's it. But if you look for this word, integrating physical education in Google, you could see that in sports hall there were big screens, huge celebration, children at different levels of their stamina, dressed up, and they all participated in our campaign, and it was for a reason that we invited Kasia to join us for cooperation, because she's an excellent person, and she is also a person with disabilities that took part in Paralympics, and it only shows that irrespective of what your physical level of stamina is, and we're also talking about some basic human rights to enjoy some movement and physical activity. Although a lot of children are not willing to take part in Olympics for future, it's not for them very often, but they have this natural need to move around. And we, unfortunately, as adults, I'm talking about my generation of people who were hanging out in their playgrounds, and right now we are perfect when it comes to immobilizing children, and we believe that this is some kind of added value. A huge problem and a huge challenge, and let me just conclude saying something really wise. Actually, all of it that you are talking about seems to be so common sense. Something that really escalated since February 2022, I'm talking about the full-scale invasion of Russia onto Ukraine. Physical education is pivotal when it comes to integrating Polish and Ukrainian children, and not only, so much more. Imagine that worldwide, human beings use 7,000 different languages. But there is one language that is universal and understood by everyone, especially children. Children from different countries, I mean, it's enough to give them a ball and they know what to do with the ball. You have small kids running around the ball and having a lot of fun. But bigger children will have to start how to communicate, learn, set some rules and build relations in this way, which is a great value and a huge challenge ahead of us, Poland. Right now we have close to 500,000 Ukrainian children, and only less than half of them is included officially in the education system. How to help them so that we have the right communication as well? So very briefly, could you decipher the slogan? Meryl is looking for a croquet. What about your project that included promoting physical activity also among Ukrainian children? Okay, we have to do some reverse engineering. We have to start from the start. I believe that we have representatives of different countries here sitting in this room. What is the context? We have close to 500,000 Ukrainian children in Poland, and around 220,000 of them are included officially in the education system, so they actually attend schools here. There are some classrooms where there are no Ukrainian children or just one child. I recently met a teacher who had the majority of Ukrainian children in her classroom, and the minority were Polish, which is a huge challenge for all the entire system of education. And then, secondly, what we also need to consider is that those children are not in one school, one town or city. No, they are spread all across Poland, mostly in major cities. So we need to adopt some kind of system-based approach, how to use movement, physical activity to integrate. And what was our starting point for the project? How to build tools that could be scaled up later on, used by all the teachers. I'm talking about the youngest classes of the primary school, like 1, 2, 3, first graders. So right now we try to operate based on physical active learning we no longer need to be convinced that children have to remain sitting in order to learn. So this somehow dynamic education helps children in the classroom. Right now we are talking about before February 2022, before this full-scale invasion of Russia was initiated. We know that children love the world of fantasy, illusion. They love being a part of a story. So we designed the whole story, like a mini Netflix series consisting of at least 10 episodes, used for the benefit of integrating kids by movement. We tried to captivate children into a story. Meryl, a fictitious character, lost her friend by the name of Crockett, but she has a partner by the name of Watson, and together they start a journey through all kinds of cities and towns in Poland and Ukraine. They are supposed to discover all kinds of puzzles. In this way they will decipher a code and they will solve a mystery. What about the lost Crockett? Where is he lost? We just finished the pilot project. Probably 140 teachers already used it. We are going to scale it up all across Poland. How to create so many projects for children that they could do things together in a classroom while moving, not only sitting behind the desk. We tried to find some pretenses, excuses to do things together and move around physically. Children, but all of us, we human beings, as we are all sitting here, moving, even tiny physical activity, de-escalate our stress, and this way we just simply feel better. So, you know, in a classroom, usually kids have to just remain sitting. So this was really inspiring for them. What was really interesting for us was that teachers would develop the story even further on their own. And they were like, their feedback was like, oh, some children cannot wait for the next episode. We prepared a special online version. There was a special folder. I mean, children were supposed to turn into detectives to solve a puzzle. What mattered was that this specific group had a specific goal and they had to cooperate with one another to satisfy their goal. Polish children had the same goal as the Ukrainian children. You will tell us more about those good practices later on in detail. Now, a question about the project when it comes to the Polish Paralympic Committee. Two major partnership projects, Paraskip for Europe, organized in winter 2020 before the pandemic, and Summer Game in 2023. A lot of countries were involved in the partnerships. Did it contribute to the development of the Paralympic sport and the committee itself? It was such a great pleasure to be able to participate in both projects, because both during the winter time as well as in the summer we had a chance to organize very similar events for sports: alpine skiing, cross-country running, biathlon, and of course competition as well. But when it comes to enterprises like that, it's not about sports results. It was just a sheer pleasure to be able to focus on promoting the sports in question. We are able to invite people from all across Europe, but in order to be able to do it, you need some experts, people who are knowledgeable about it, because the projects are not maybe very easy, but they are not very complex. If you know how to write an application, if you are prepared, I mean, this is how we went about it in our committee. We try to involve people who were quite knowledgeable about it. So when it comes to all kinds of administrative aspects, they were able to do it all. And this was helpful when it comes to integrating through sports, because this is a perfect chance to basically dissolve all kinds of borders and boundaries. We invited people from all across Europe, 10 countries plus Mongolia in the first winter project as an extra guest. And yes, it was all about sharing information, experience, a special workshop dedicated to all kinds of fair play rules and principles. Well, there was also
tematu, żeby pokazać
included in it.
ważne
So we
wątki związane
decided to
ze
adopt
sportem.
a broad approach to demonstrate all kinds of topics related to sports. Is it difficult to acquire
Wydawałoby się, że to jest
prospective
prosta
partners?
rzecz
Sometimes
i
it
na
seems quite
początku
a challenge.
tak się wydaje,
At
bo
the beginning, I
deklarują
mean,
się szeroko
seemingly it is like
chętnie
quite
różni
an
partnerzy,
easy
natomiast trzeba potem
task.
popracować
We
nad
have a
tym,
lot of
żeby
prospective
finalnie
partners
przyjechali,
initially
trzeba po prostu
declaring their
trzymać
interest,
rękę
but
na
then
pulsie i
it
pilotować,
entails
albo
some
mieć
kind of effort. You
sprawdzonych
have to keep your
partnerów.
finger on the
Komitet
pulse,
Paralimpijski
or it's
ma
good to have
dosyć,
some
można powiedzieć,
proven,
dużą łatwość
verified
do
partners. For us, as the
międzynarodowo
Polish
współpracujemy
Paralympic
bardzo
Committee, for us
intensywnie
it's
i
easier because
nie
our
było
international
problemu z tym, żeby porobić
cooperation seems to be
absolutnie to minimum.
quite
Było 10
intense.
państw w tym projekcie
So we were
zimowym.
able to
W tym roku
find
było więcej, to chyba
the
15,
required
jak dobrze
minimum
pamiętam.
10
Natomiast
different
te imprezy
countries. In the
też
next
dają
project,
możliwość takiego
it was even
zbudowania
more, 15 countries, if
eventu,
my memory
na
serves
który
me well.
też
And this
nie
gives you
zawsze
a
stać
chance to build
organizatora.
an
Mogliśmy
event that, I
przygotować
mean,
fajną scenę
normally
dzięki
is not always
funduszom,
affordable.
które
For us, it
pozwoliły,
was
że tak powiem, bardzo
possible to
profesjonalnie
organize a
zrealizować od
nicely
początku do
looking
końca
stage
to
thanks to the
przedsięwzięcie. To na pewno
funds.
jest
In this way, it was easier
coś,
for us
co
to organize the
nie zawsze
entire
się udaje
event.
zrobić.
This is something that is
Sięganie
not
po te fundusze
always
unijne w tym
successful.
zakresie na pewno ma
So
sens, bo
tapping into
przygotowujemy to od A
European
do Z
funds definitely
profesjonalnie
makes sense
i,
here. In this way, you can prepare it all
jakość
from the beginning
czy to
till
warsztatów,
the
czy
end, comprehensively, and the quality of all
samych
kind of
zawodów,
trainings,
które były
workshops
przeprowadzone,
offered, or just the competition
absolutnie,
itself.
można powiedzieć,
It was
prawie
absolutely
level,
top-notch,
natomiast sama
almost like, you
integracja,
know, the
ta
Paralympic
zabawa,
level.
no i
And again, it
możliwość
was all
zobaczenia
about
kogoś, kto na
information
przykład po raz
sharing,
pierwszy
but also
w życiu,
having fun, being able to
dzięki
see for the
temu
very
projektowi
first
zaczął
time
jeździć na nartach.
someone
Tam był
who,
taki
for
niewidomy,
instance, thanks to the project, started
żołnierz
skiing.
Wielkiej
We
Brytanii,
had a
który,
soldier from the UK with,
rozpoczął
who was visually impaired,
przygodę ze sportem
and
tam sam po raz pierwszy chyba na
yes, I
snowboardzie.
think he probably lost his limb in Afghanistan, and yeah, it was his
za te
first
emocje, można powiedzieć,
time
tego człowieka
to do
warto
some
było
snowboarding.
tą imprezę zrealizować.
So it makes it all
a ta integracja, która właśnie
worthwhile,
poprzez te
and
sportowe kanały postępuje,
integrating
no
people
powoduje, że
by
różnice
way
gdzieś na
of
poziomie europejskim się
sport
zacierają, bo
channels,
oczywiście
again,
przyjechali
helps us to
ludzie bardzo
dissolve
często
all
początkujący na
kind
tą
of
imprezę,
differences
jeśli
at the
chodzi o
European level. We have
przedstawicieli
a lot
różnych
of
sportów
different
zimowych,
people,
ale
beginners
byli
when
też
it comes to the
doświadczeni
representatives of
zawodnicy
winter sports,
i
as
ta
well as
mieszanka tego różnych właśnie
experienced
poziomów sportowych,
athletes.
możliwości podglądania
So this
wspólnego
mixture of
trenowania
different sport
i
levels,
budowania relacji
being able to
zarówno
watch other
przez
people when they
przyszłych
train,
zawodników,
it also
przez
helps you to
aktualnych,
build
jak i trenerów,
relations
którzy
among, you know,
przyjechali z różnych
both
państw, gdzie nie
players
musieli
as
się
well as
wszyscy
future
spinać
players
na
and
wyniku
coaches. They
sportowym.
come
To nie
from
były żadne
different
zawody
countries,
rankingowe,
and they are not
kwalifikacyjne,
result
więc
oriented
nie
because it's
towarzyszyła
not
temu
about any
presja
kind of
i z
qualification.
tej perspektywy
So there was no
to rzeczywiście
pressure really.
był
So from this
taki sportowy
perspective,
no, festiwal, święto,
it
które
was
można
a
było
genuine
organizować
sport
dorocznie, zarówno
festivity that
w
could
zimowych i
possibly
letnich
be organized
sportach, bo
annually, both when
ludzie
it comes to
w tym
winter
wszystkim
as well
świetnie
as
się bawili,
summer
zobaczyli, że
sports,
sport jest
because people
dostępny.
were having great fun and they could see that sport can be commonly available. Let me just add that in spring 2021, we had journalists from France approaching the committee, and they were like, they heard about this incredible event and they would like to already become accredited in order to join, but then on account of the pandemic, unfortunately, they had to change their plans. Łukasz Szeliga asked me about how long this panel would last. A lot of time, 50 minutes or so. Unfortunately, our time was over 3 minutes ago. So just on a finishing note, could you finish the following sentence? Including integrating through sport means, it means the best possible way to be happy. Beautiful, beautiful.
To jedyna
Over
droga
to
do
you.
tego, żeby
It's the only way
rzeczywiście powstało środowisko czy społeczeństwo
to
inkluzywne.
really create society, a community that is fully inclusive. Yes, could you
Włączanie
finish the
integracji.
following sentence? Including and integrating through sports means, I'm sorry, I didn't hear just the beginning. Including and integrating through sports is, hopefully it will become our reality, it will become commonplace. Were we able to rescue our Christmas, save Christmas? Yes, we'll have presents. And of course,
Bardzo dziękuję. Naszymi gośćmi byli pan minister Piotr Borys,
Piotr Borys, minister, Łukasz Szeliga, the president of the Polish Paralympic Committee, and Jakub Kalinowski, V4 Foundation. Thank you so much for this excellent conversation, and please stay tuned, because we are going to continue our topics dedicated to sport ahead of us. Good or best practices of Erasmus plus sport, presented by Łukasz Pusz and Mariusz Talaczek from the Foundation of Developing Sports Española. Be Active Awards laureates for the activism in the realm of sports.
Strategiczne. Panowie, bardzo proszę o sportowe tempo.
Please join us. We need to speed up. You are going to have 10 minutes each at your disposal. We need to rearrange our stage so that you could all see the presentation, and please listen. Listen attentively. Take in all the knowledge, all the details. Later on during our networking session, I'm sure we could talk to you more. What to do so that it can be that good.
I don't know if you can hear me all right. Good afternoon, Łukasz Pusz, Española Foundation. We have 10 minutes and we have two things to share with you. That's mobility, it's my side, and the second thing is what's happened recently in Brussels. I don't know if all of you know about the sport which is new, at least in the Polish marketplace. That's paddle. Paddle, which is, I know, as compared with Spain, is a fledgling sport. We have about 150 ports, where Spain has 15,000. I would like to show a movie to show you what it is all about, and then to tell you something about mobility and why we've done it. Now the voice. The foundation, we are implementing Paddle Campa, one of the editions, about mobility. Maybe bear with us. We'll manage with the movie.
Hola a todos, soy Juan da Pérez, soy el dueño del club de Costa de Calviá.
Of the club, the subtitles, it's all in Spanish.
Estamos súper orgullosos de haber tenido el primer, creo que, paddle camp de Polonia.
First paddle camp from Poland.
Inaczej, z wszystkich trenerów, których miałem w życiu, nigdy nie miałem dwóch, po pierwsze tak uśmiechniętych, po drugie Hiszpanów, po trzecie mistrzów Balearów, a po czwarte, i to już tak naprawdę zupełnie poważnie, tak znających się na rzeczy trenerów.
More control, more technique. We can improve all of this.
Improve all that.
Super, dzięki za uczestnictwo, za zaangażowanie, za to, jak przyjęli nas nasi przyjaciele z Hiszpanii, z Majorki. Thank you very much and Dutch House.
Organizacja top, organizatorzy, i to nieprawda, że jeden z nich przeprowadza ze mną teraz wywiad, spisali się na medal. Nie, ale zupełnie szczerze, chłopaki zrobiliście kawał dobrej roboty i nie potrafię wytknąć wam minusów, no nie potrafię. Niech się zastanowię, no. Za mało bandych mi się udało, ale to nie wasza wina.
Well, I didn't score as much as I wanted, but it's not your fault.
Realizując ten projekt,
while implementing this project, we had an opportunity to work with great coaches, and in fact, to see that the development from 2020-2021 has increased in paddle. We found one major problem. We have many courts, although very few coaches.
Zrealizowaliśmy mobilność, gdzie zaprosiliśmy 10 trenerów generalnie z największych ośrodków.
Invited 10 coaches from the largest centers, Warsaw, Poznań, Szczecin, and we've done this model, seeing how Spanish coaches work with the young, with the youth, with the average level competitors and the top Spanish league competitors as well. One thing, it's a pity, it's a drop in the ocean only, because if you look at the number of clubs being added next half year will be 5 dozen of new courts. We should have many more. The coaches who learn from the best. Spain is the best on the continent. So thank you very much for all that we've managed to do it. It's a very good start for the trainers who have taken advantage of it. And let me give it over to Mariusz. Mariusz Stolarczyk is my name, of Española Foundation. Española is not only paddle, but we started with the dissemination of the sports among the youngest, while taking part in the competition, we've developed Española Niños project. We've been doing it for 7 years. It's a general development training for children. What's most important for parents, grandparents, whoever is in charge, they exercise with the kids together, and our basis was that it should be general development training, because don't get them specialized. We train them, we train from age 1 to 5, the peer group age groups. We have a film and we'll show you in a while.
Aktualnie działamy w 41 grup ćwiczeniowych prowadzimy.
We run 41 groups in 11 cities and towns.
Natomiast co istotne, padło tutaj na początku pytanie, stwierdzenie, że możemy dyskutować na ten temat, czy zajęcia, sport jakkolwiek wpływa na inne sfery życia.
Can influence any other fields of life. I think we all can say in unison absolutely yes. And other than we move, that we play and we join generations, different generations, we influence the skills, social skills development, emotional.
Mierzymy się z porażkami, świętujemy zwycięstwa.
Struggle we face failures, we celebrate victories, we accommodate difficulties, and we always end with a smile. And we're very glad that as we've something that we do on an everyday basis. We've developed a project. At the beginning we were the winners, and when we went to the gala, the winners, absolute winners in generations, across generations, during the European Week of Sport Gala.
Jest nam super
and we are very, very glad for the fact. because that's something that we should all do, and trying to achieve what I think Łukasz will summarize. We want to disseminate it even more. Ladies and gentlemen, we just wanted to tell you that we want to demonstrate it in Poland, that the program that would activate and cross the generations. I remember some fathers who have no time for children, but they spend an hour with their kids always. It's great. Great bonds, even though they work hard, they always have 1 hour for their children. So we are in the former Katowice region, within the old boundaries. Mr. We want to pass it to the alumni of schools, also those who are already working, who want to work using it. And I think that the price has activated. Be Active will be more disseminated, I think, in Poland. As Española, we implemented it 7 years ago, but we want to continue. That would be all. Thank you very much.
Ja bardzo szybciutko poproszę pana
I would like to invite Jakub Kalinowski for sports. Ready?
Tak, to znowu ja. Dzień dobry.
Me again. That's me again.
Sporo tych rzeczy już padło.
Many of these things have been raised during my first intervention during the panel, so let me tell you about what we are doing from the other sides and what's about the philosophy behind our activity. You know, no matter what country you're from, where you come from, we have a huge problem related to the sitting mode of life. We sit too much, we sit too much. Now we want to stand up, we don't move enough. And WHO has already said that every move counts, even if you turn around the house. It's part of physical activity. So if you want to stand up right now, welcome. I have nothing against it. And this challenge, and what's interesting, that it's been provoked by ourselves, by those who, in my case, only say 35, 40 years ago spent 3-4 hours in the playground, in the backyard, physical activity. The consequences are very... Now Polish kids today, we have a record that they put on weight the quickest in Europe among kindergarten children, posture deformation, according to the survey from Poznań. What we do, we wouldn't be here if not the involvement into two very important international organizations. One is International Sports and Culture Organization with headquarters in Copenhagen, and they organize every 2 years a MOVE Congress. The next one will be at the end of October next year during the Danish presidency. It's an umbrella organization for the organizations such as ours. We've got contacts with other. They integrate also refugees through sports. We've heard about it a few years ago. Now we have our hands on it. And second one is the global partnership of active children, where we survey this phenomenon of sitting style of life and what we should do. So very briefly, other than we implement several projects, we have several standard points in our annual agenda in Poland and globally. We are coordinator of MOVE Week in Poland, European MOVE Week. It was the eighth edition. Over 65,000 kids took part. European, even Latin America have joined it now. So it's not European anymore. In Poland, we gathered nearly 200,000 children, over 12,000 children. It was the 12th edition.
rozpoczynaliśmy
and
budowanie,
we started
budowanie od zera.
development
I
from
ta
scratch.
trzecia inicjatywa,
And the
która
third
gorąco się dzieliłem z wami tymi wnioskami z dnia wczorajszego, integracyjny WF online,
physical
to jest
training
niewłaściwa liczba
online.
dzieciaków, było ponad 80 tysięcy, które
over
się uczą
80,000 children actually. The number is wrong
I to są
here,
takie,
but it's children participating.
to jest bardzo
So
ważne z tej
that's very
perspektywy,
important
że
from
my na co
that
dzień, tak jak
perspective
myślę,
that
świadomość, my na co dzień pracujemy,
work
na co dzień za
on
dużo
a
powiedziane,
daily
ale w ciągu roku
basis,
szkolnego
during the
w tych naszych
school
projektach
year,
bierze udział parę tysięcy szkół, w związku z tym też mamy bardzo
several
dobry
thousand schools,
dostęp
so
do
we
nich.
have a good access to
I
them.
to jest jeden z elementów, którym się
It's
zajmujemy.
one of
Chcemy
the things that we do. We want to
sprowokować i zachęcić
provoke
do
them
myślenia,
and
że
to
ta
encourage to
edukacja,
think that
nauka nie musi dziać się
education
na siedząco.
does not have to be done sitting all
mogą
the
uczyć się
time.
matematyki, mogą uczyć się
You
geografii,
can learn
będąc po
math or
prostu w ruchu. Czy to
geography on the
korzystając z
move,
materiałów offline'owych,
using
czy z
offline or
z materiałów online'owych.
online materials.
Ciekawe, ten physically active learning
This physically active
jest metodą,
learning
która
is a
pozwala
method that
właśnie na integrację
allows for
dzieciaków bez względu na
integration
to, na
of
poziom
children,
sprawności
no
fizycznej, czy
matter
bez względu na
of
pochodzenie
physical level skills or the
pochodzenie
origin,
krajowe czy kulturowe.
cultural origin or national
tak to mniej
origin.
więcej wygląda,
This is how it looks
dzisiaj w
like
klasach.
today
Tak,
in the
na co dzień
classrooms.
po naszym kanale na YouTube
So
widzimy, że około
on our YouTube channel we can see that 20,000 teachers use our materials.
To, co się wydarzyło oczywiście w luty był dla nas takim też luty
what was
2022
February
roku, był takim
2022
przełomowym
was a
momentem dla nas,
breakthrough
bo
moment for us
skoncentrowaliśmy się też
because we
na
focus
innym
also on
aspekcie,
other
który dzisiaj
aspect.
bardzo mocno wybrzmiewa w naszej pracy. To była właśnie nawiązanie współpracy
It was
z naszymi partnerami ukraińskimi, po to, żebyśmy mogli najlepiej pomóc zaadresować potrzeby dzieciaków
address the needs of
ale
Ukrainian
z drugiej
kids in
strony my cały
Poland,
czas
but on the other
działamy i
hand,
wspieramy
we all the time support
dzieciaki w Ukrainie poprzez
children in Ukraine through our partners with whom we have
To jest
relations. This is
wydarzenia, z którego jesteśmy bardzo dumni, bo
a picture on the event we are very proud of. We signed a letter of intent on cooperation between our International Organization of Sports and Culture and also a unit of the Ministry of National Education in Ukraine and our UA Active, with whom we implement many projects. It's very much in brief. Marital detective programs I've mentioned, and now I'd like to show another aspect of integration using MOVE. Ukraine partners said at one point, maybe you could invent a project that would support kids who have left in Ukraine, who stayed in Ukraine. They have to learn
w tych bardzo trudnych warunkach,
under very difficult
dokładnie wiecie,
conditions, you know,
bardzo trudnych warunkach, ale czy moglibyście
but
zrobić coś,
could
co by
you do
spowodowało, że
something
miałyby
that would
poczucie,
make them
że
feel
świat o nich
that the
pamięta
world
i też, że one
remembers
są częścią
about them,
tego
that they
zachodniego
also
świata,
are part
żeby
of
jakiś
this
taki projekt
Western
po prostu
world,
wymyślić.
a project,
pracujemy w obszarze sportu,
as
aktywności
we work
fizycznej,
in the field of
projekt,
sports,
który bazuje
we
na takim starym
invent a
koncepcie,
project
który ja jeszcze znam
is
ze szkoły
based on an
podstawowej,
old concept
nie wiem, czy
of pen pal. Maybe you remember.
Słuchajcie, robimy już teraz robimy
So
projekt finansowanych ze środków Unii Europejskiej,
funded by the
który
EU,
powoduje,
thanks to
dzięki
which
któremu realizujemy
we implement
projekt Active Sister Schools.
Active Sister
Polega on na
Schools
tym,
project,
mamy szkoły, klasy
where we
z
have
Ukrainy, z Danii,
schools
z
from
Polski
Ukraine,
i z
Denmark,
Hiszpanii.
Poland and
Organizujemy dla
Spain.
nich
We
wydarzenie
organize
online, które
online
nazywa się
events for them. It's
Drawing
called
Ceremony.
online drawing
I wyobraźcie sobie, że
ceremony.
miałem
So you can imagine,
3 miesiące temu
only
miałem
3
Zooma
months
i
ago I
miałem
had
1500
Zoom and
dzieciaków z tych 4 krajów na
children from those countries. We drew the
powstało
teams.
15 drużyn międzynarodowych, w skład każdej drużyny międzynarodowej weszły dzieciaki z Polski, Ukrainy, Danii i Hiszpanii. Teraz przez kolejnych parę miesięcy będą realizowały szereg różnych wyzwań, które też zachęcają ich do ruchu. To jakby jest oparte o aktywności fizycznej, też o takim uczeniu się nawzajem. Znaczy my Polscy uczymy się o Ukrainie, o Danii, o Hiszpanii, a z kolei Duńczycy uczą się o Polsce, Ukrainie i Hiszpanii. Wszystko będąc w ruchu z wykorzystaniem aktywności fizycznej. Pierwszą edycję tego projektu, słuchajcie, zrobiliśmy już w zeszłym roku i na podsumowaniu w kwietniu tego roku dzięki uprzejmości już byłego ambasadora Danii w Polsce zorganizowaliśmy wydarzenie i zaprosiliśmy nauczycieli z Polski, z Ukrainy, i z Danii. I to było niesamowite usłyszeć relacje pań nauczycielek. Co innego widzieć zdjęcia, to co widzieliśmy zawsze w internecie.
Pictures is another thing, but to see and to hear accounts of the lady teachers from Ukraine who had taken part in the project and the kids.
I to wyobraźcie sobie, że to nie byli
So
nauczyciele,
it
którzy
wasn't
mieszkają
the
w zachodniej
teachers who
części
live in the
Ukrainy,
western part of Ukraine, but the schools and teachers who were a dozen kilometers from the front line. And they would deliver lessons, and they shared their conclusions, and they were very grateful that we involve these children into international, because the feeling of being uncertain, that the world is thinking about them and that they're becoming part of the European community.
Dobra, no i teraz
temat, the topic I've already raised during my first intervention, it's integration of children through sport. It's another project we worked with great organizations, international organizations, the logos you have here, and that's very important.
To, co myśmy, to jest ten mini Netflix series,
we've designed integration detective adventure. You can Google it out, you can get to the website. So what we managed to combine was integration as an overarching objective with education. So children learn from each other, learn about their respective countries, and you could hear from the teachers that Ukrainian, it's great that in Polish school, Polish children learn about Ukraine. And physical activity is important, but also entertainment. There is like a plot, you get children involved in a story. On YouTube we published all these videos. All in all, it's about the level of over 300,000 followers watching. That shows the scale of the demand, of the need, how much we need to deliver such things to our teacher. And finally, the project wouldn't have been here, no detective mission, no online and offline materials that we've developed, and the participation of children and teachers, if not the funding of the project by Erasmus+. The project was very risky. While writing our application, we didn't exactly know how to prepare it. The Danes say that they put asphalt while driving a car already. So our work looked like this for 2 years. We paved the road with asphalt on the go. Integration of refugees through sports, or sports have different shades of this color. What we did is a unique, quite frankly, internationally, because for the first time we have digital materials available, thanks to which you can integrate children physically, not only in sports, but through Move, and everyone can use, irrespectively where they are. So that's one of my, time watching, timekeeping is one of my beauties. I like to thank both Mr. Kalinowski and Mr. Talarczyk. Good news is that there will be longer lunch break in 15 minutes, and the last quote of this will be a conversation about volunteerism in sports and sports in volunteers. We have great guests. So Weronika Walasek, coordinator of European Solidarity Corps in Poland.
I pana Furkana Karakusa, koordynatora projektu wolontariatu, klub sportowy Benjamin programu Erasmus Sport i
Erasmus Free and the European Solidarity Corps. Ladies and gentlemen, to say that volunteers are the core of any sports event is like saying nothing. On the macro scale, let me put it like this. During the Paralympic Games in Paris, mentioned many times, 1,400 competitors, 13,500 volunteers. They did a tremendous job without which the games wouldn't have been held. Now, short introduction. I know you have a brief intro, which will be starting point, and I hope won't overshadow the screen too much.
Działa, wszystko działa.
Dzień dobry, witam serdecznie wszystkich Państwa.
Good afternoon, welcome everyone cordially. How about we skip the presentation? We don't want to prolong, but let me bring you closer to what the European Solidarity Corps is. Later on I'll give the floor over to Furkan, and he will talk about hands-on practical experience. I represent the International Agency of the Erasmus Plus and the European Solidarity Corps, and we deal with voluntary activities and solidarity. So voluntary activities, namely all kinds of foreign volunteer workers to Poland. Furkan is the best example of that. Or Poles traveling abroad as well. If you know any young people at the age of 18 up to 30, they can go and travel abroad as volunteers. And the EU is going to cover all the costs, namely the traveling costs, transportation, food, some pocket money, accommodation, and some kind of a mentor or guide available there on the premises, because very often for young people it is their first trip abroad, so we don't want them to feel too lonely. And then the second one are all kind of solidarity related projects, local activities. A group of people, perhaps 5 people or so, they try to do something locally without any kind of foreign partner. They can apply for EU funds. This is the only program out of all Erasmus projects where we need some kind of partner organization or institution very often. But here we have young people who on their own can receive some kind of a grant for sport activities or additional activities at school, during studying at universities, as informal groups of friends. They just want to do something more for their community. Perhaps our voluntary activities, it's not only like hundreds of people, volunteer workers. We more focus on quality. We want our trips to go beyond just voluntary work. You know it from scratch, so could you bring us closer to some more practical aspects? Good afternoon. I'm going to speak Polish today. My name is Furkan. I am from Turkey. 5 years ago, I came to Poland in order to serve here as a volunteer. First of all, it was like a short-term voluntary work. Later on, I decided to stay here longer. After my voluntary project, I decided to stay in Poland. Now I coordinate all the volunteers in our sports club called Beniaminek Free. Our club, it's a sports club, Beniaminek Rzeszów. For the last 20 years we have been operating, but since 2016 we have been implementing projects under the European Solidarity Corps and Erasmus. We have a lot of volunteers from all across Europe as well as world, including the third countries. We have 60 up to 80 volunteers who basically help organize sport activities for children. Our main goal is to make sure that children can travel all around the world. We organize sport activities for them as well as organize other activities to make sure they can learn languages and become familiar with other countries. And we also organize training sessions of football and kickboxing, table tennis, and volunteers can support coaches as assistant coaches. And they can also learn language. Yes, we can hear that it took you 5 years to become really fluent in the Polish language. It must have been a strenuous task. Although imagine us trying to learn learn Turkish. I'm sure it would not be a piece of cake. What made you decide to become a volunteer? Because there is always this idea at the beginning of your road. What made you choose Poland? Oh, I have to explain myself right now. I have not heard about this European Solidarity Corps before, but all my life I have played football, and here actually also I'm here thanks to football, so it was through sport. I have been playing football all my life, and then I suffered from an injury. So I started looking for some kind of other opportunity right now that social media is so important, you know, it's all about technology. So I saw a poster with an advertisement and I decided to apply. I was looking for some kind of a solution and I was given an offer to come to Poland. And I'm happy that I can be here because when I was young or younger, I would play football. I was also an assistant coach and I was learning Polish, learning English. I was trying to help children, also to work here with senior citizens. Thanks to my voluntary work, I was able to learn a lot, and that's why I ended up here. I'm sitting here talking to you. So we could risk a statement that, first of all, you decided to become a volunteer, and your activity became so captivating that it turned into your professional life. Monica, over to you. Is it easy to attract volunteer workers? Like, you did mention social media. Are there any people willing to become volunteers? Yes, definitely. Social media, internet pages. We promote the European Solidarity Corps by way of using our social media. So we'd like to encourage you. We have a lot of social media, our Instagram, Facebook, as well as our internet website. But our organizations like Beniaminek and other organizations, they also have their internet website, and on their own they promote their offer of voluntary activity. There is this main website created by the European Commission, Youth European Portal, and it includes all kinds of offers from all across Europe, and you can search by sport topics, or maybe you are interested in one specific country. So again, you can enter France and browse it there. So you can browse by topics or countries, locations. Do you want to travel short term, only for 2 months in the summertime? At maximum, you can go and work for a given organization for the period of 12 months. So, as we heard, it can all start with a short trip, just 1 month or 2 months, and we recommend it just to taste it. Later on, it could be a longer project. Very often, it's just a beginning, this short-term project, traveling only during the summertime, and later on you can check yourself in a different organization, different location, or you can stay there, like in your case it was Beniaminek, for longer. So all the time young people approach us, they are willing to join us, and we try to promote knowledge. We encourage young people to use this opportunity. You can do it until you are 30 years of age, so maybe once you graduate from your high school, very often it is like a kind of a gap year during your studies, or once you have already graduated from the university and you have not started your full professional life yet. If you want to check yourself, look for a different solution, some kind of concept for your life. And very often this voluntary work can change your career and its direction. It's all about being open to change, so that you can see that there are also other opportunities to explore. Yes, very often this can turn your life upside down, so that all of a sudden you decide to go in a different direction. So on a finishing note, what is that this voluntary work taught you? Are there any values that you were able to find in it? What is that I learned? Oh my God, this is such a difficult question. To help people, this is what really matters to me most. It's an absolute priority to me. priority number one. That every day I like to say voluntary work, volunteer. Right now I am a coordinator, but I can still feel as if I was a volunteer. So for me what matters is to be able to help people, support them without any expectations in return. And I would like to acknowledge my sports club Beniaminek and its president Marcin, because to stay here in Poland after my voluntary work, I mean, it could have been difficult, right? But I've been here for the 5 years already. It's about trust, patience. At the beginning, I was not able to speak Polish or English. It was difficult. But Beniaminek was always very supportive. They would show me what to do, how to work. So it takes a lot of patience and a lot of trust. It is also critical in any kind of voluntary activity. Right, organizations. We did mention a lot about benefits for individuals, volunteers who decide to travel and do some voluntary work. I mean, maybe those who decide to come here to Poland. But we also have to mention organizations as such. It has a lot of support, additional hands to work, because imagine all of a sudden there is a group of people coming here. Of course, first of all, you have to take care of them, show them all the ropes, but then they generate a lot of added value, because it's a person from abroad that gives you a fresh new perspective. So it gives you a boost of additional energy, because very often you have institutions that are somehow complacent. And of course, sometimes the language of the project is English. So these are those additional advantages, not only for the volunteers, but organizations, institutions, coordinators. Thank you so much, which means that we have completed this blog. Madame Jordan and Furkan Karakus, thank you so much. And thank you so much for making the word volunteer and voluntary work the buzzwords of the conference. Thank you so much. Right now we are going to have a 1-hour lunch break. Let's reconvene at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. An excellent discussion panel with our gold Olympic medalists. Please join us at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo proszę o zajmowanie miejsc. Mamy lekki poślizg, ale wiem, że te rozmowy były potrzebne. Kawa pewnie też. Także bardzo proszę, please take your seats, because we are just about to start. To tell the truth, we are 3 minutes late. Także bardzo proszę o zajmowanie miejsc. Szanowni Państwo, mam nadzieję, że nabrali Państwo energii po lunchu, po kawie, po obiedzie. Na pewno nie będzie żadnej siesty, to o tym mogę od razu powiedzieć na sam początek tego ostatniego bloku dzisiejszej konferencji, chociażby dlatego, że zaczynamy od bardzo energetycznego uderzenia, mianowicie podsumowania Europejskiego Tygodnia Sportu. A o to podsumowanie bardzo proszę pana Wojciecha Dąbrowskiego, który jest koordynatorem Europejskiego Tygodnia Sportu w Polsce, Fundacja Orły Sportu. Zapraszam do mnie. Oddaję mikrofon.
Dzień dobry. Wojciech Dąbrowski, jestem przedstawicielem Fundacji Orły Sportu. Dziękuję serdecznie za zaproszenie. Dzisiaj dla nas wyjątkowy dzień, bo mamy 2 konferencje poświęcone sportowi powszechnemu. My właśnie przyjechaliśmy na drugą, ale to tym bardziej nam bardzo miło, że mogliśmy też tutaj znaleźć z Państwem. Fundacja Orły Sportu realizowała... Mam nawet pokaz, dobrze.
We'll have a slideshow even with me, I think.
Tak. Myślę, że to są rzeczy, które Państwu nie będę przypominał. Europejski Tydzień Sportu jest inicjatywą ogólnoeuropejską, która od 2015 roku jest wdrażana w Polsce.
Implemented also in Poland since 2015.
Niestety mam problemy z...
Unfortunately, have technical problems.
Polega na tym, aby jak najbardziej promować, jak najszerzej
as broadly as possible the initiatives already existing, and also those that are being created.
Kampania promująca w całej Europie
promotion campaign in Europe of all the events, old and new, and this year exceptionally, we as Foundation
zarówno kampanię, właściwie taki projekt składający się z 4 elementów, kampanię promocyjną, która zachęcała do aktywności w tym tygodniu, zachęcała do pokazania też tej aktywności, promowania tego, co się robi. Przygotowaliśmy też dedykowane narzędzia medialne, stronę internetową, media społecznościowe, ale także przeprowadziliśmy taką, powiedzmy, że wzorowe miasteczko sportu w Gdańsku, europejską noc
the European Sports Night and also a week of activities. We've invited the city of Gdańsk to that activity.
To jest też pewnie element, który Państwo bardzo dobrze znają.
The thing that you know, I think very well, priorities for the current year,
wpisywały się Europejski Tydzień Sportu. One są przetłumaczone
under the umbrella of the week, translated directly from the website, so I apologize for this machine translation into Polish. It was about social inclusion and the role of sport in it, that sport is not only for professionals. Most of athletes are not professionals, no matter where they come from, the gender, the ability, physical fitness and so on. Second thing was the well-being, which tells us that sport should be treated as something, part of life, thanks to which we feel better. So we influence very positively our mental health, our psychological health, and also the feeling part of the group. It's about psychological health, and that was the idea behind all that action project. And the results. Now let's start with the most general part. These are activities that we had all through the week in Gdańsk. We would like to thank the City Hall. They've taken up the challenge. The sports, education and social development departments have helped us to promote this physical activity. They involved also the educational entities, kindergartens and schools, and also organizational units, such as Gdańsk Sports Center and the dormitories, school dormitories center. So the entire team worked with us to draft the agenda from Monday through Sunday of physical activities in the city of Gdańsk. Every day we had activities dedicated to at least 3 social groups, 3 public groups, for kinder, children, primary school kids and secondary school kids, plus the activities prepared for the Gdańsk Sports Center with a broader target audience with adults, senior citizens, also people with disabilities, and also those with specific illnesses that have specific requirements concerning physical activity. And by the end, we prepared a weekend full of attractions, and I'll show you the film being an account of it. We started with the night, I don't know whether it was the active night, for over half a year in Poland. It's dark when you leave your office or other workplace. And when you start, so that was one of the limitations for physical activities demonstrated in the night or after sunset. We showed that it's feasible. Despite this restriction or limitation, you can continue with such an activity. So then we prepared after the sunset at this in Polsat Plus Arena, where we had Euro 2012. This amber background, Zumba fitness to warm up, because even though it was September, temperature was even colder than today, so you had to warm up quite a bit, and there was a run around the stadium and different directions, opposite directions, but different lanes. All this activity ended in the evening with something done for the first time, I think at least at this stadium. It was yoga on the pitch. On a daily basis, it's professional football players that use it and run on it, but it was used for a lighter sport, relaxing sport. Until late night hours it was on. And on the morrow we prepared 10 stands that showed both the possible implementation of physical activities in the city of Gdańsk itself, and also a spectrum or a scope of social groups that could use it. What we had done over the week was dedicated to various social groups, and on the last day, Sunday, we collected all that and we demonstrated to residents and invited them to use it. These were both team sports that like football, volleyball, basketball, or individual like fencing and badminton, and those dedicated to people with physical or mental disabilities. So that everyone could find his or her slot. And we used it also, or the city, as an opportunity to demonstrate what you can do on a daily basis in Gdańsk Sports Club, and where, considering your individual capacity, you could join in. And this is the result of the campaign we ran prior to that week, with over 570 events applying. The scope is very broad again, from small events, football tournaments in small municipalities, to large tournaments in large sports facilities, football to small niche disciplines. Over 60,000 people exercising all over Poland used this attraction. That was the week, 23rd, 30th of September, which is the European Sports Week.
W przyszłym roku też będziemy
Next
realizować
year we'll
to
also
wydarzenie.
run this. We want it to be implemented in a large provincial cities. It was Gdańsk this year. So the bar is raised so high that, well, I hope that it will be at a very high level next year as well. So, if you represent also municipalities who want to, local authorities, then I invite you to join in. And now a short movie summarizing what we did in Gdańsk in the last, and including the last night of Be Active in Gdańsk.
Mogę dopowiedzieć tylko dwa elementy.
I can add two things to that. We are very much supported by ambassadors of sports, well-known athletes that joined the Olympic or Paralympic Games, and those who are ambassadors of the city, sports ambassadors of the city of Gdańsk, and also animators of the Active School program, who dedicated part of their activities to the European Sports Week. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bardzo dziękujemy panu Wojciechowi Dąbrowskiemu za takie przybliżenie nam w pigułce Tygodnia Sportu. Mam nadzieję, że w tę aktywną atmosferę Państwo po obiedzie już są wprowadzeni, bo teraz porozmawiamy o biegu Erasmusa, czyli biegu sztafetowym realizowanym przez Fundację Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji od 2017 roku. Fotele muszą zostać wniesione na scenę i ja miałam takie przemyślenie, pytanie, które miałam możliwość, to bym panu Dąbrowskiemu zadała, czy piłkarze pojawili się na murawie ćwiczyć jogę, ale później widzieliśmy zdjęcia, chyba że coś się działo poza kamerą, więc rozwiało moje wątpliwości. Moimi rozmówcami będą pani Monika Kukla, wolontariuszka 2 edycji biegów Erasmusa, ale także uczestniczka zimowych i letnich igrzysk paralimpijskich, a także brązowa medalistka mistrzostw świata z drużyną kobiet
World Championship in football women's.
Chyba niespełna miesiąc temu w Kolumbii.
Less than a month ago it was held in Colombia. Monica loves sport. If you say this, is like saying nothing. The second one will be Łukasz Pogrowski, coordinator of Erasmus Plus Sport, responsible for organizing the Erasmus Run.
Zacznę, Łukaszu,
Łukasz, let me start with you with the question. It was the 8th edition, 8th round of the Erasmus run. How did you start originally? How did it develop and what stage you have reached already? We started with the very joyful edition, spontaneous one, sort of crazy move. That's typical of in Szymański Park in Warsaw. And we started with an interesting the run. It was not only an anniversary of Erasmus, 30th anniversary of Erasmus, so we thought that the participants should run 30 kilometers, which is quite a distance, quite a long run. So we divided it into participants and it was a relay. The relay run reflects very well Erasmus spirit of positive competition and mutual support. So it crossed our minds in a natural way. So from the very beginning, we've been sticking to this relay. It was a charity run, and the first one was for Jaśka Mela Foundation, Over the Horizons, where we supported Walkamp camp, and we regarded it as very innovative because Jaśek Mela, well, you know, in Poland, together with Marek Kamiński, they reached 2 poles of the globe. Well, in Poland we know, so Walkamp were the camps for those who had already prosthetic limbs but didn't know how to use them, the artificial limbs. So it was with physiotherapists, with psychologists. We don't realize if you get such an artificial limb, well, she can say something, because it's not that we are willingly want to walk out. We have to be internally bored, courageous to use it, and there are certain aspects we don't know about, and these walk-ups were combining all these elements, all these things. So it was very interesting, and we, thanks to usually I talk to Monika more about her sports events, whether in winter or we didn't talk about this Colombian event, but that's not the subject of our meeting, at least at this stage. You're a volunteer. We've been talking about volunteerism. Tell us about the Erasmus run from the background, from the backstage. As far as I remember, as Łukasz said, it was first time in 2017. It was one of the first volunteer events for me. Łukasz encouraged me actually to take part, and as people run for those with disabilities, so I thought it's worthwhile to be reciprocal, and I want to be. What did you do specifically? Do you remember? Too many things, just too many. She did everything what was necessary, what was needed. Yes, that's true.
Właśnie dobrze to podsumowałaś, bo Monika miała
Actually, this was a perfect summary. Monica played a number of different functions. She was one of the most active volunteers, and she would even train other volunteers. Not everybody was able to handle their job well, whereas Monica would just boss everybody around. And for this very reason, Monica was nominated by us to be awarded a special title, the Volunteer of the Year, and she also took part in a number of other voluntary activities, but this is the icing on the cake. Erasmus Run seemed to have evolved. You had 8 editions of different kinds, offline, online, obviously on account of the pandemic. What did it look like back then, and do you still use the accepted formula, whatever you learned during the pandemic? I would like to refer to the the words by Jakub when it comes to the involvement of schools, because the online version, obviously we wanted to maintain the formula of the race during the pandemic, and we also needed to offer some kind of tool for activating people even online. And we also wanted to maintain the relay nature of the race. This was quite a challenge in terms of all the logistics, so that we could run together yet separately, and then we had to be able to accumulate all the results. But the issue of integrating people, the sense of community, was especially pivotal, especially at the beginning of the pandemic. It was absolutely critical. And what about the schools? How do they react to such initiatives? We were really surprised that schools became heavily involved and interested. We had certain categories that we wanted to present the results. We had a special category, the best footage from the race, and then special subcategories, the best relation about Erasmus, and then all the content that we received. I mean, it came as a shock. It was like jaw-dropping, because schools prepared special elements, like during you can see during a football game, like fan supporters with special pompons, like cheerleading. We could see that the entire school community became heavily involved in all this. The second edition was also online. During the first time it was quite small scale. The second one was better, but again we could see a sense of involvement, that everybody wanted to present and demonstrate the team spirit, that we are in the same boat, we are in this all together. And then your scenario kept evolving, and you had another cycle entitled Train with the Mistress or Champion. You can see the main person, the woman of the hour, Natalia Nowacka, sitting here. Natalia was the ambassador of the Erasmus run. Actually, she is still the ambassador, but since 2019, I believe, she has been the ambassador. And it came to us that we should somehow support the teachers of physical education in terms of teaching online. They were really affected by the entire situation. It was about being responsible for your students training at home in the comfort of their own houses. What if somebody, hits on the head? We wanted to offer a good tool indicating how to make your classes or lessons more attractive. And here you can see a figure of a role model, and we have excellent footage. She demonstrates it all, that it's available to everyone. You don't need a lot of equipment. It's not a big cost. We have a dozen or so of those training sessions. They are still available. I mean, all the footage is still available here. So this result is also permanent. It is pivotal when implementing any kind of program under Erasmus plus sport. Monika, what about you? Do you remember the pandemic? How did you handle all the challenges back then, also in terms of sports? Do you remember like swimming training sessions in your balcony, for instance? Yes, back then, COVID, it made it difficult for us to train. A lot of training camps were simply cancelled. But when there is a will, there is a way. I basically rented out some equipment from my gym and took it home, because back then, we were under lockdown. Later on, some restrictions were made more loose. Then we could also train, have some classes in the field, but you still had to watch out, be careful. One positive result of your COVID test, and you could basically be banned from taking part in a competition. So you can train under any conditions, you just have to organize yourself well, which makes me think that everything important in your life in sport appeared once you took part in the Erasmus run. So was it a major driving force? Did it motivate you? Because then you had the Olympics in Beijing, in Paris, then 10 World Championships in Colombia. A lot is going on. Yes, I remember the second edition in 2018 at our national stadium here in Warsaw, PGE National Stadium, and back then I was both a beneficiary of the run as well as, you know, somebody who was in charge. So again, multitasking, it's all about multitasking. I have a lot of nice memories. You know, I had to study and then I had to train as well, and you only have 24 hours a day, but still you just use it to the maximum. To sum up this panel, what about this Erasmus run? How did it contribute to the development of the agency, the foundation? In this way, we acquired a brand new, fresh perspective when it comes to promoting the program. And as for the values ingrained in sports, the essence of Erasmus, how to promote it all, team spirit, innovation that emerged on the way, mutual support, and this also proved to be a very effective tool when it comes to promoting the entire Erasmus Plus program, and we still maintain our online form as well, because it proved to be so activating, inclusive, although we are talking about a run that is organized in one location, so it is always somehow limited, whereas our intention was for all the schools in Poland to be engaged and to demonstrate the Erasmus spirit. Most schools in Poland, after all, are involved in Erasmus, so here you can just rejoice in a sports spirit. Thank you so much for the conversation, Monika Kukla, Łukasz Smogarowski. Let's move on to the last discussion panel for today during this conference. As announced before, since the very morning, sometimes we talk about things that are going to be the icing on the cake, and it is absolutely creme de la creme. We are going to talk about something that is of utmost importance, namely mental training, mental preparation in sports, both grassroots sport as well as competitive sport. We are going to hear from our speaker. And the moderator will be somebody who is absolutely extraordinary. Oktawia Nowacka, an Olympic medalist, bronze medal winner in Rio de Janeiro. Welcome cordially. The graduate of the Sports Academy in Warsaw, a student of business psychology, the ambassador of Erasmus Run, mental trainer, coach, and we have Anna Kiełbasińska, Olympic medalist as well from Tokyo, multi-medalist, and Women's Leadership Award laureate. Julia Badowska is with us as well, sports psychologist and psychodietician. Let me give the floor over to Oktawia.
Jeszcze nie, już teraz. Mój działa. Zobaczenia, czy działa. Dzień dobry, witamy serdecznie. To może się, słuchajcie, rozsuniemy trochę. Teraz nie chcesz
so maybe you can spread around a little bit on the stage so that I could see you better and hear you better. Yes.
Okay. Bardzo się cieszę w ogóle, że mogę być dzisiaj w takiej innej roli. Trochę mnie to stresuje, bo zawsze gadam sama, a dzisiaj muszę zadawać pytania. Co też jest pewnym wyzwaniem. Mam nadzieję, że też co nieco od siebie wtrącę z takiego mojego własnego sportowego doświadczenia. Ale głównym tematem dzisiaj jest ten trening mentalny. Oczywiście postaramy się go wpisać w ramy tej konferencji, czyli powiedzieć o tym treningu mentalnym w kontekście edukacyjnym, w kontekście społecznym, pokazać jego znaczenie w kontekście też młodzieży. Ale myślę, że przede wszystkim to musimy wytłumaczyć, czym ten trening mentalny jest. Sportowcy wiedzą dokładnie, z czym trening mentalny się je. Można powiedzieć, że jest to część psychologii sportu. I ja jako też zawodniczka od samego
of sports psychology. When I was an athlete, I also was quite familiar with it, although today it goes beyond its original definition, and it is being applied in different realms of our life as well, which means that one question arises: who to approach? What is this mental training? Who is a sports psychologist? Who is a psychologist? Who is a therapist? And how to verify who has what kind of qualifications? Before we kick off our conversation, let me for once and all, but it's never possible. But let's try and definitely set certain boundaries. Let's define what is mental training and what is definitely not any kind of mental training. On my part, I would like to say that mental training takes advantage of all kinds of tools that enhance our mental resources, like self-confidence, focus, concentration, being able to adapt to ever-changing conditions. It helps you to handle stress, deal with stress, how to work with your thoughts, emotions. So it helps you to enhance our mental resilience, self-awareness. Yes, indeed. But what is that this mental training is definitely not? Here, a question to our expert, Julia. Julia, what is your experience? And would you be able to set some boundaries or limits as for what mental training is and what mental training definitely is not? When to use it, how to take advantage of it, and from who? So who to approach, who to turn to. Okay, maybe let's put some order to it. As I said, it's not that easy to just ask questions. So what is mental training actually? What is mental training? When are we actually working with our mental aspects, and when do we need more specialized help or support? I'll try to comment on this question, refer to it. For me, mental training, as I work with athletes, is it means training your thoughts to make sure that then can guide us, direct us. I believe it's a very simple definition that will be appealing to most people. If you want to be in a position to better guide, direct your thoughts, I'm sure you will be interested in mental training. And in my assessment, everybody could employ it. If you're a trainer, coach, physical education teacher, a parent, all those individuals who could possibly introduce at least some elements of mental training, and this is my favorite, provided they feel themselves mentally trained or retrained, and they have thought over their own values. It's both true in sport and in life. Are they able to handle their emotions? Are they aware of their emotions? What are their needs? Can they satisfy them by working with young or others? What are the needs of some individuals? I believe mental training generally will come in handy to everyone, and many people could introduce it as long as they feel that they have mentally trained themselves. So they are somehow knowledgeable about it. And then I would recommend some kind of training or exercises with mental trainers, mental coaches. And then, when it comes to children, and especially adults working with children, then it could be supportive to them, so that they could support them, guide them. Later on, it's all about psychological work, and it goes so much deeper, namely working on all kinds of unconscious, subconscious mechanisms that guide us, that will possibly interrupt our mental training. We all have some kind of mechanisms from our childhood or previous experiments, and later on, according to the studies, 90% of people who are in sport were subject to some form of aggression. So I would send to a psychologist those who would like to understand better what mechanisms guide their life. Later on, there is this therapy, and here we work even deeper. And later on, we have a psychiatrist, which means a medical doctor that prescribes medicines to demystify a psychiatrist. Psychiatrist is super important that diagnoses it all. So I would like to demystify this word, a psychiatrist. Some sometimes I talk to parents and I say it's good to consult a psychiatrist, and the first reaction is usually, oh, this person must be mentally ill. No, it's a doctor that could support the process pharmacologically to open up this opportunity of working with a given individual. Have I answered your question? Yes, definitely. So do you think that each and every of the elements, I mean, they complement one another? Do they work independently? Are they somehow coherent? It's both. They are all coherent and they also operate independently, irrespective of the levels that I mentioned. It's all about a given individual being open to the experience and ready. They are both coherent and separate at the same time. We have all kinds of specialists, mental coaches, trainers, psychologists, sports psychologists, so that whenever you approach a given specialist, you have to know who you are turning to. Is it a sports psychologist, but they graduated only from a one-year psychology school, or is it really a person with a master thesis? It's good to know who to turn to as long as this person is a genuine expert. So you have to know what your expectations are, but maybe this is something that we can deal with at the end. Obviously, it's also pivotal and worth focusing on. And now, when it comes to mental training, we can use it every day. We also, I mean, we do mention both using it in competitive sport as well as grassroots sport of teenagers. Not everybody has to be an expert in competitive sport. Not everybody has to be a performance athlete to apply mental training. Anya, you just finished your sports career, right? You very often mention mental training, psychology, living an aware, informed kind of life. Yes, holistic approach. I believe that this is a good word that perfectly reflects what you like to talk about. So you worked a lot with mental training in sport. How does it translate into your everyday life and in what way? Yes, the answer is positive. I really enjoyed your introduction, I mean, both of you, because it perfectly explains my path. Over the recent years, I was using the support of a mental coach, not a psychologist. And sometimes it was the case that somebody asked me to recommend a good sports psychologist. And I was like, okay, I know some of those people, but it's all about finding this connection, chemistry, like bond or affinity. And I was able to build my good relation with Małgosia Bęben, who happens to be my mental coach. We have a good cooperation. She's a certified coach of the highest level. So, well, obviously, you know, it tends to be different, you know, nowadays. Yes, our community of sport psychologists, not everybody accepts mental coaches. Everybody can play their role, right? I know a lot of excellent mental coaches and trainers that I would love to recommend. It's all about being aware of who you are going to turn to. So what am I driving at? It's a woman that has been working in business for major insurance companies, and she had to handle mediation, how to bring out the best in people, their resources, so that they could tap into them. And this is what I received from her. And frankly speaking, using me, she was learning how to cooperate with athletes. Right now, she has more athletes as her patients or customers to save, and it made me realize that actually it is the same. It's just that I use it in my life, whatever I need, but as for my emotions, they are the same as in any other human being. Everybody has their own important project, presentation that they are getting ready to. You have to set your goals, the path, and emotions. And emotions were really running high in my case, because if I care about something a lot, then there is this testing time, the exam presentation, and then I don't want to spoil anything.
And then, as it happened, the stress was so huge, so overwhelming, paralyzing at times. I was a sprint runner. So I would run, the muscle must be tense, but loose at the same time, but not soft. So thanks to this excessive stress, it wasn't good. I didn't know how to perform. My God, how am I to run right now? can't stand up. So over the last 6 or 7 years of our cooperation, she brought her organizer, she opened up all the toolbox and shared with me. And at the beginning, I applied the simplest techniques, like counting down, 10 down, yes, then 100, then every third number to better focus on it. And when I started using these tools regularly, my results and my decisions in sport, in my career, were going up. So I don't remember exactly the beginning, but well, it's great how you explain it. So I don't know if I satisfied you with this answer. I wanted to show you, to ask you. Well, but you have included it in your answer. I've asked whether that can be translated into your life today, but you said, well, that your coach was not a sports psychologist, so but you used it. You used that assistance, so it shows that it's not entirely that we're talking about no matter how many titles someone has, but someone who has a good rapport. Skills are important, of course. Well, again, well, I'm not going to. Let me add something. Yes, right after the end of my career, I'm still very fresh in discovering what sport has given me and all the cooperation, what I can use in my life from now on to open up a new career. So in fact, even today, before coming here, I visited a therapist, she therapist, so my mental coach persuaded me, well, referred me to, well, Ania, I won't help you in this field, so use another therapist and consider it. And today, I've reached the point that thanks to what I've had in sports and in this cooperation, I've discovered my asset, which is persistent in action. So these steps, small steps, but persistent or consistent, and I'm already getting the yield that in my second, say, chapter, maybe not second, I don't know, of my life, but it's a major change. I hope, and I will use it. Well, yeah, it's very interesting what you said, because you have a coach and you have a therapist, and that demonstrates that these two functions are not in conflict. Of course, the therapist should be aware that you work mentally as well, so it doesn't overlap. Well, it can be a team cooperating with one. I work with girls, athletes, competitors. When they have problems with nutrition, post-diploma study only because I work with the competitors who need such. I don't feel as a psychodietist. I extend my knowledge, but those with problems, I refer them to dietitians and others. Diabetes. I understand the psychological process in the context of sport, how it is important to competitors. Well, so check me if I'm right. Yeah, we're afloat. We're still afloat. I'm thinking along these lines in training. Before that name was Psychology of Sports, when I started my sports career, was sort of limping, I would say. But it was there. It was a similar approach like today to psychiatry. When you go to a sports psychologist, it means that you have a problem. Today we know that you go visit because you are aware competitor. You want to enhance your skills, and it's not a sign of weakness, but our awareness and strength, actually. When there were no such tools, I would browse the web, I would look in books, so I know practically mental training, and I know that it's a field I would like to go in depth, but I see at the same time that it is important that we we know that what is not mental training. Your coach referred you to a therapist, so I just laughed because I've gone through, I'm a coach, a mental trainer. At the end, I went to the university as a psychologist, not to work as a psychologist, but to know where my field doesn't reach out, because I love mental training. I want to be in it, but I should know where I'm supposed to refer someone to a psychologist. Well, give yourself some time. Once you graduate, don't close it. I'm studying psychology of business. The business is close to sports psychology, so I needed to change that field. Let me add something. In my professional career, I also was referred or persuaded or supported or nudged by my first supervisor. It's important to ask about supervisor, a person who would consult our work. He pushed me, Julka, it's worthwhile to go to a therapist and to work out certain elements. So that there's quite a group team working together with the psychologists, and these people will support each other. We as psychologists go to therapists, to supervisors, have supervision, or at least we should. So it's worthwhile to mention it. When you refer someone to a psychologist, well, you trust that person, so you trust, and that's about building relation. But we work on ourselves, on our mental side as well. Sometimes people have doubts. Okay, I refer psychologists who work on themselves as well. Some have only graduated psychology, and that's the end of their development. All right, Anya, maybe now talk about education conference. You meet young people, you work with young people. Which mental training aspects, assets that you take from sports, you would like to transfer to the kids at school? Well, they are changing this. Young people are changing. The first thing I do whenever I go to have a school, it's from kindergarten to the secondary school. Higher high. I want to build a relation, so I'm not lecture on the stage. I want to be someone who finds common language. I was there just a while ago. That's how I feel. And their place. I tried to refresh my mind what I was struggling with when I was their age, and what I've reached, what I used, what has led me to that. So I think that it's more about building your own self-assessment, self-evaluation. I was at the age before I started training. I didn't know who I was, didn't know about my strengths. I thought I was bad at everything. But with sports, I thought, well, I was good. I started doing it. I had some, of course, problems that demonstrated which values were important, which were not. And this is why I'm not afraid to open up in front of them, and I say, well, I thought about myself that I was so and so, and I would list it frankly from the bottom of my heart, and then I could see that they feel that, yes, we're at the same level, and probably each and every one of them have their own problems or doubts. I remember what really counted and what didn't count then. First of all, I think I strike the tone that they see the exceptionality, exceptional nature. So even if they have problems, it's temporary. And recently I've heard a story about tale of a cat that one tried to catch the mouse. They can sit at the hole for an hour and not always succeeding in catching the mouse. When they don't succeed, they don't go, don't cry, don't think, oh, I'm hopeless and so on. What other cats think about me? But they go forward. They either take a rest or work further. They focus on themselves and their feelings. And what I was driving at with this parable, so that the young people don't think about all the others around, think about them, but what they can do to go further and to develop themselves. So I noticed that when I focused on myself and my objective, I didn't know what others thought about me. I didn't worry about that at all. All of a sudden I discovered, oh yeah, I didn't notice that. So I think that it's a number one thing I try to transfer to them at the moment. But from the perspective of a psychologist, is it possible that mental training be part of school education? I think in a way it is, because all the teachers in this way or another deliberate by reinforcing some things, criticizing some things. It's a form of a mental training. But referring to what Ania has said, it's a very good example. Everyone has been there, was there. That everyone, when we learned how to walk as a small child, would fall down, would cry, stood up. Most of us managed to do it whenever we could. So it's an inborn quality that you stand up and try to walk, and then the public opinion and other things are taken into account. But developmentally, it's okay, but we should have distance to that and teach young people to have to keep their distance. But now the question is about mental skills, right? Whether school can introduce it. I think so. And teacher of physical trainings will be very important, and lectures at the physical universities so that they go through their own mental training and work on themselves. And I know that graduates, I greet my great lectures, but some, I gave up this study because some lectures not always supported us in our development, to be very delicate, very delicate. So I gave up physiotherapy after 2 years of study because I feel bad, mentally bad myself. So I think you have to look the way where you to start with the mental training, so that translates to people who are physically active and where to introduce it. And that's one of the basic skills. Work on your emotions, focusing. We haven't listed all that. There are very many components to this mental training, and children, when they come to my study after meetings, they ask when it will be in school. And these are new things. Adults have problems with that, so it will be the work on emotions, as we call it, self-awareness, awareness of tensions on your body, how to regulate it, how to control, how to detect certain signals, how they influence our emotions. We need all the emotions. Some are pleasant, some are unpleasant, that's it. To accept that I feel bad, for example, but it doesn't mean that I'm harmed or I can stay here for a while. And why is that state going further? I love emotions. Building self-awareness when I work with children or the youth. How well you know yourself. Very simple definition. To what extent you trust yourselves in difficult situations. How can you cope? How can you imagine, but concentration, communication, setting objectives, many other topics pertaining to us adults as well. So I think there's room everywhere for that. But as long as we adults don't start to work on it, children are skipping. Where the adults are to learn, sports psychology coach, mental trainer, there are many books for self-training. Not everyone can can afford 3 or 4 or 5 years of therapy, but there are many books for self-education. You can exercise. Although work with another individual is good, another human being is a mirror, reflecting yourself. And sometimes you escape something, or you spend away, so the person well-trained can detect it. So let's go in depth. During my therapy,
jeżeli będzie oglądać, ale tak, mam takie momenty, w których o czymś opowiadam, ona mi zada pytanie, dobra, ale
well, but how do you feel under circumstances? I go another direction, then she said, yes, that's great. You've escaped that subject, now let's get back to it, right? And as a psychologist, I catch myself on it, I will escape from one thing. There's nothing wrong about it, but sometimes you should, sometimes you should not enter a certain topic. That's it. Well, let me add something, may I? I remember, it's from the childhood I had it. My both parents,
wiemy o co chodzi, nie
no you know, parents in their work, they had a lot of training, mental sort of, because they were selling products, so they had to detect things and know how to do it. All the time they transfer that to us. So on the one side, I've used for one-to-one cooperation, but I think from the very childhood, early childhood I knew, because from their work, they brought it home. I know it wasn't always one-to-one as it should be, but as they perceived it, but I can verify it, I can double-check and say, oh yes, certain things yes, certain, well, not really. So if I may add to that, let's remember that we teach children how, when we don't cope with something, and then when we talk about it, we can teach children, so that we don't require from our children that will be always, and they will be always ideal. Our interpretation as adults is important, but if we haven't worked out something, we know what we want to pass. So what you said is very important, that there are no ideal parents. There may be good parents, you can be very good, but not ideal. We always make mistakes, so let's forgive ourselves these mistakes. Well, I made a mistake, I couldn't cope. There are situations. Let's demonstrate them this difficult effort on working on ourselves, and not instead of requiring. It's a time of sign of times. Perfectionism and billion of psychology, parapsychological guidebooks, how to be ideal in something. No, there's no way. Let's be glad on our mistakes, let's learn on them, be proud of our progress, sports and everything. It's not only about parenthood, but also sport. We try to attain an ideal, but the ideal is always escaping us. So when we stem from the assumption that we want to be perfect on the way somewhere, we just get burnt out. If we do it in passion, then this perfectionism comes by itself. We don't know when, because we work with passion, and it's more pleasant, I think. I know what you think. Yeah, in professional sports, we have to believe that there is an ideal. You'll never reach it, maybe, but thanks to that, there is always a driving engine behind you to become an ideal. So even if you have your medal and you want to train for another few years, still there's something. I was looking for something else, something I could improve. Okay, at this stage it wasn't ideal, I could have done it differently. Another next season, for the several months I work on that part, but then on something else breaks down, so then another thing. So then you have to combine all those things and to secure yourself. So in professional sports, when you want to achieve a lot over a long period of time, you must be, like young people, they say, there is an ideal something. Because thanks to that, for over years, you can be at high level with constant successes.
Ale no jak my pracujemy w gabinecie, no to też na przykład
whenever we work in our office or surgery, at least me personally, I believe that we define.
Tworzymy nową definicję, przerabiamy tą starą,
we create a brand new definition of when I am perfect for myself. For me, being a hardworking person is a value for me. So let's say you are a young person and you already have a medal. But I want another one, and I am under pressure. I have to redefine. This word seems to be haunting me. Mainly that's striving for the next big thing. It's the definition of ideal for me. I have to redefine myself. When am I going to feel proud of myself? As mentioned before, I enjoy working on emotions, so a sense of pride is the best possible reward. I am already the version of myself that I want to be. I have to just be in the moment and enjoy it. As for a sense of pride and satisfaction, it is right now, after finishing my career, that I can rejoice in it. Of course, it was present before, but it was not enough. So, from the perspective of this current sense of pride, do you have those moments that you return to that? Back then I was proud of myself, but I failed to notice it. It's interesting, whenever I work with juniors, it has to be motivating for them. They have to be able to notice the moments of feeling proud of yourself. Sometimes you take part in high-level competition and you have to be proud of what you have already achieved. This is the best possible reward for all the hard training sessions full of sweat at 6 o'clock in the morning. Taking part in a competition is a kind of a reward. You have to be able to appreciate yourself, because this is a driving force, a motivation to go ahead. So with the benefit of hindsight, can you think of those moments? Oh, back then I was proud of myself, but I didn't notice it. No, I just didn't give myself a lot of time, because I didn't want to rest on my laurels and become complacent. My award is that I took part in a competition, I qualified for it, but if I think that it's a kind of an award for me or reward, there is no adrenaline rush. There are no additional emotions related to a sense of uncertainty, because then I don't care. And I wanted always more and more and more. Okay, I was qualified, which means that I complied with some standards to be there and compete. So right now, I want to qualify for a semi-final or even higher. So it seems to me that it's good if you are able to notice it, and also Laurent, my Swiss coach, would say that. Yes, you have 5 minutes to enjoy it, but anytime soon you have to go back to your room, because there is this next run or next race, and you have to start getting ready. You cannot be out of focus. And I believe that all my sport career was the stage when I let myself notice those moments, but I would always say, I want more, I want more. This is not the end of the road. I cannot just become lazy, snuggle up on the bed saying, oh, great work, Anya, great work. No, I had those thoughts every night, of course, but then my next thought would be, what's next? What's next? Good work, well done, but now you have to go to sleep, because the next day is waiting for you. While listening to you, it seems to me that every athlete has their own experiences. We all train, although in different sport disciplines, but we also experience this sport in a different manner. We all have different personalities, temperament. You talk about striving for perfection, and I would also, if I was to ideal in everything, it would be impossible probably. Maybe I would train just one singular discipline, so I would rather focus on all of them to be equally good, basically, because the perfection in my discipline was equality, basically, to avoid losses. And from my perspective, I would say that there are some elements that connect the champions in different realms of life, but everybody has their own style. And you can see it vividly, the way we talk, also judging by our system of values that we adhere to. This is very interesting. I'm looking at our time, because I would talk about it. I could talk about it for hours on end. whereas I would like to talk about mental training in a more social context. Just the thing that mental training is very often used in sports team, it is also applied in business, right? As a connecting force, very similar disciplines. Mental attitude of a certain athlete that is a role model also influences the generations of young athletes. Anya, I'm sure you can be inspiring for young generations. What do you feel when it comes to your behavior or attitude? What about young athletes? Can they really strive for this ideal, looking at a role model who achieved so much? It would be so nice for me. Sometimes I receive messages of this kind from young people, young athletes, saying that I am a role model for them. But back then, when I was in the process of my sport career, I would never think about it. I'm not sure if I should refer to your question, strictly speaking, or just the team. First and foremost, when it comes to Poland, this is a highly individual discipline, but there are some relay disciplines as well, which could be somewhat problematic. I was the best example that it wasn't an easy task. It was an uphill battle to find your feet in this type of environment, and sometimes you have to handle really difficult situations. And in those difficult situations, the very fact that I took advantage of support proved to be really helpful. I was able to cope with all kinds of crises that evoked a lot of difficult emotions that would keep you awake at night, whereas you are about to start in the most difficult competition of the season. So it seems to me that, yes, I could tell you so many stories about it. Julka, what about you in a more social context? Stress, a sense of burnout could be dubbed a social problem. What is the role of mental training to make people aware that working on yourself, your self-awareness could, in a given problem or challenge, support you quite significantly? The answer would definitely be positive, meaning that I believe that, yes, building awareness and especially self-awareness, if I am in touch with myself, I know what I feel and how to handle my emotions and what kind of stress I come under, because these are all kinds of stresses, like an adrenaline rush before a public speech or before taking part in a competition, or maybe it is a more inherent stress in life because you worry about how to be a breadwinner for your family. These are different types of stresses to handle. And mental training as such will offer you the right tools and to gain a bigger insight. So this will definitely be helpful, be that in sport or just in life or in any other sphere of life. And it seems to me that, as we heard today, it also entails being ready. And my internal question is always the same: is our society ready? Probably they have no option but to be ready. How to go about it, how to make them ready. Let me just finish what I was talking about. We talk a lot about children and sport, children's sport and the awareness and social media, and actually children are so much ahead of us when it comes to the access to media and their awareness, because they are so curious when it comes to the entire world around us. They keep searching. So if we adults continue to lag behind them, we will no longer be role models for them. Whenever I work with, let's say, an athlete, and she's 11 years old, and she just completed her training, mental training program, and then I have a school psychologist. I have nothing against them, by the way. She comes as a substitute teacher. She starts talking about about emotions, all of a sudden the athlete is more knowledgeable about it, and it's all good because she's rewarded for her activity during the class, and she's like, oh, our substitute teacher doesn't know the first thing about emotions. So we have to catch up with our children. We have to learn from them. We are adults and we require a lot of people from them. We want them to be aware, informed, to know how to handle their emotions, but it all starts with us. Our society seems to be progressing. I talk about therapy, mental work, mental coaches, mental trainings. It is growing in popularity, but hands up, who is really working on yourself in this mental context? How many hands can I see in the air? 1, 2, maybe 3 hands, 5, 6. But if our intention is for the mental training to be effective, we have to start from ourselves as adults, because we are the role models for our children, and we have to demonstrate to them that we can be successful. We can talk a lot, but then you have to walk your talk. Children can sense it because they are better when it comes to handling and reading emotions. I'm not sure if I answered your question fully.
Dzisiaj płyniemy. Dobra, to zaraz wrócę do ciebie z pytaniem, ale zanim
so I will return to you. We are in the flow today. Ania, over to you. Slightly referring to what Julka said.
W środowisku związkowym,
what about in your case when it comes to the environment of trainers and unions? What was the perspective on working with an additional mental coach? Was there a sense of willingness in the community, or was it more like delegating? I mean, you can work, but it's not our thing. I would never talk about it openly. I just decided to follow my own path. If I had some problems with one trainer or coach, actually, I was trying to find a sense of understanding and affinity because I cared about our cooperation. I tried different methods. If I could see that something did not work out in our training, I would invite him to grab a cup of coffee, and then my words would fall on his deaf ears, so I would write a long email just to let him read it at ease in his own place, but it would not work, and then I thought, okay, so how about I introduce my mental coach? It was my group as well, so maybe they could help us to find some kind of bond. But as far as I know, he was not interested in any kind of cooperation, so I was like, I tried everything. And then it took me 1 more year to work together, and that year was enough to make a decision that I have no option but to move ahead, because I can see some potential within me. I want to use all kinds of tools that I can see available, and the other side, the other party, basically is still in their comfort zone, so basically our paths will never meet. So this was my attempt at making things better, and then I would always find my own kind of support that I would organize myself, because for me it was all about having this right chemistry. Obviously our union makes sure that we have some expert specialists. Sometimes on an ad hoc basis I would use some support, but usually I would do it online, so that online I would use the people that I cooperated with. It seems to be getting better in our union, but the narrative is that it is the player that has to work with the specialist. Nobody mentions that maybe the trainer, the coach could do it. Maybe the union activist could also do it to ameliorate our communication. Very often we right now talk about communication failing. When I was the leader of the athletes committee to years ago, it was also one of our proposals. We could see that most problems could be attributed to the fact that not that we don't want to solve them, but there is one missing link, like an obstacle that interrupts the flow of communication, and then we have athletes rebelling, approaching the management of the union, whereas it was all about some kind of flaw in communication. So we need the community of both coaches and the representatives of the union, that maybe they could understand that such training could come in handy to them. And this does not display their weaknesses. No, we want to grow, and the world keeps escaping, running away from us. Of course, you could blame everybody else, like doping, but you know, you could use other tools just to be one step further. This is what I expected, so actually I did it for a reason. I provoked it somehow. I am well familiar with the situation. Unfortunately, time keeps flying by. We could talk a lot about mental training. So on a finishing note, Julka, maybe you could refer to it. What about cooperation? Who should we begin with so that the entire system could be up and running smoothly? I'm not sure who to start with. Probably each and every person who's willing, because again, it's all about the right willingness. I definitely work with all kinds of trainers and coaches, and I had some problems. Just to give you an example of hockey, when I came to a training camp for the first time, it used to be quite pleasurable, and I came there, I can see 15 guys, 15 coaches, and I arrived there, and they start cracking jokes. Oh, there is this girlie, she's going to lecture us. So I had to confront all the coaches, saying that if they don't know the first thing about sports psychology and mental training, I would be more than happy to educate them, because I understand them. They didn't have this class at their sports academy, and then it appeared that they never attended in a sports academy, and right now we love one another, and we keep sharing photographs of our offspring and players. So I would like to greet them as well, say hello to them right now. We need to work so that our mentality changes, so we as psychologists, mental coaches, trainers, we need to make sure that we remain sufficiently competitive, because even if they are encouraged, they want to enter into cooperation, and then a person arrives, but they are not competitive, they are not competent, they have no idea about sport and how it operates. This will be counter-effective. Everybody becomes closed and not open. We need to make sure that we work with those people who are really ready and open. It all starts with ourselves. It's both true in my community, in your community. It all starts with ourselves. Do you feel skilled and competent enough? Do you have this space to work on yourself? And on this beautiful note, probably we can finish. This was a beautiful punchline. Let's work on ourselves, and let's transfer those values to our teenagers. And if we work on ourselves, young people will be also more willing to work on themselves. Thank you so much. Oktawia Nowacka, Anna Kiełbasińska, Julia Badowska. In the morning already, when announcing it, I already knew that it's going to be a mega interesting and exciting panel. Something worth taking away from it is definitely that working on emotions, communication, relations, goal setting, focus, they are absolutely critical, and if we fail to remember all the elements mentioned, it's worth remembering the story, the anecdote about a cat, because it really convinced me. I'm buying it, and of course you have to start with yourself, which means that we are on the finishing line of our conference. Before we do our networking session later on, I would like to do just yet another sport activity, but a very gentle one. We know that we are in exquisite company, truly international company. We have a quite powerful representation of youth sports here present in the room. Since anytime soon we are going to move on next door to our networking session to enjoy more tea, coffee, and enjoy networking, I'm going to enumerate the names of countries so that people who come from those countries could stand up, wave their hands, say hello to us. There are so many countries represented here.
International participants, when you hear the name of your country, please stand up and say hello to us, okay? So let's go. Austria. Hello. Belgium. Bulgaria. Cyprus. Czech Republic. Finland. Georgia. Germany. Hi. Hungary. Ireland. Italy. Netherlands. Interesting. Slovenia. Hello. Turkey. Poland. Znaczy, proszę Państwa, wydarzyło się coś niesamowitego. To jest tak jak początek,
Yes, happens like the beginning of an opening of the Olympic or Paralympic Games. So let's treat this end as a very good beginning. Thank you very much for the entire day of the conference. Welcome to the networking session, discussions, and let this friendship continue. Thank you very much.